Hello.
I understand. I might be earlier than most times. But hey, this is how the cookie crumbles, all right? Also, I need to double check and make sure that I am not leaving my unraid. Yeah, I need to switch that to minimal things so that way it doesn't ruin everyone. 72% bimbo rating is pretty good there. Pretty good there, Omega. Nice work. Nice work indeed. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Hopefully everyone's doing all right. Excuse me, nose. Happy Saturday. It's late night. Still kicking it strong with my intensive calorie diet shakes. I am Hi there, Clarkson. Welcome, welcome. Haven't seen you here for a hot minute. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I don't think Clarkson has been here often enough. But yeah, I've been trying to make late night Saturday shifts, the like late night Saturdays blah 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 stream thingy-madiggy. Brain, come on, you can do this. Yeah. So I'm trying to make Saturday nights my late night streams. So like 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. for me right now. It is so late in the night. Oh my goodness. And I'm trying to do this when I am on a minimal amount of calories a day. So like I was gaining a bit of weight during the month of July because I, went into it with like no no sort of plan of like what my day-to-day meals were going to be without, you know, being calorie restrictive. So what ended up happening is that I would have some days where I didn't really think about what I was eating, and then the next day I would eat way too much or something or rather. It didn't work out too well. So now I'm back on the weight loss meal or plan thing. So already I'm reversing like weeks and weeks worth of weight gain in the matter of like days. I don't recommend doing it like this because, you know, as I always say, like if you want to lose weight or something like that, you know, probably talk to a dietitian or something like that. They'll give you something that's like a lot more appropriate. Yes, I did mute my mic. A lot more appropriate than what I have been doing and what have you. So the way I've been going about it is because of the recommendations of a dietitian and the fact that, you know, I work a very sedentary life. If you're wondering what these hands are doing, I'm dipping my my tea bag into this cup of tea. I'm hoping that the water is now not so hot that I can have a sip. I had like the tiniest bit, but like if I dip my tongue in there, I'm gonna burn it. So I'm gonna leave that there for another few minutes. So slowly getting into teas. Also, hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so back at like the end of July, I was like 99 kilograms. No, I am not a cutie. I am not a cutie. If you check my cute rating, I am incapable of being cute. It's impossible. Pure fiction. So yeah, so back at like the end of July, I was like 99 kilograms or something like that. I easily put on like 10 kilos during the month of July because I went from like 88 kilograms at the end of June or something like that to, you know, where I am here. He's a handsome boy. Thank you, Omega Platinum. Absolutely. I love being a handsome boy. That's what I want to be. A handsome boy. But yeah, so Brain, you can do this. You can do the chattings at this hour. But yeah, so I'm trying to like, you know, put a little bit of effort into you know, the weight loss again. And I actually have a plan. I actually have a plan for the next time I get off the intensive shake diet. Because last time I didn't have a plan. I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to pay attention to like calorie like thingamadiggies and what have you. And I was looking at the cost of U-Foods, because U-Foods was what I was using for a while, because I was able to easily pick meals like a week or two before they were delivered that, you know, had explicit calorie counts. And I was like, let's try and aim for 350 calories or less. And, you know, I was explicitly like that. So here's the plan. I'm on the intensive shake diet for minimum 3 weeks, maybe most likely going to be most of August and probably going into September. So it's probably going to be for a while. It's maybe going to be for a month or two. I'm going to aim to get under 80 kilograms. I know this is possible because in the last few days, like, I understand that, like, in the first week, I'll probably lose, like, 5 kilograms or something like that. That's just what the body does in the first week of the weight loss. And then every week after that, I lose about, you know, 1.5 kilos to 2.5 kilos. Once I get down to, like, 80 kilograms or something like that, at like less than 80 kilograms, I will have gotten out from like, you know, the obese and the overweight rating, and I will be like, you know, 4 or 5 kilograms away. Halt! You violated the law. Pay the fine. And serve your sentence. Go to bed. No, okay, that's an entirely different line. Hold on. Hang on. Halt! You violated the law. Pay the fine or serve your sentence. Then pay with your bed. Hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing all right. You know what? It's something I need to do, Izzy. You know what's something that I should do for like first time chatters and what have you? I should do a custom action, like a quote unquote like celebrity greeting.
Icy is cute, Uwu.
Yes, Icy is cute. Oh, always remind him that Icy is cute. I should do like a thing. I'll need to go into my Zebra streaming to get access to this. I should have a thing. Like, granted, this might get really annoying really quickly depending on some peeps, but I should have it where if I have someone like Izzy the Fat Cat, you know, they come in, I should have it where their first message, it then goes, I think that I should do something like that. So then that way it's like, you know, do the thing, and then it like gives them a shout out and such. So maybe that's something I should do. I can probably whip something like that up together. Here's my chat bot. So add and then celebrity applause. I'm suffering intestinal issues. I've spent a considerable amount of time in the bathroom today. No one wants to know the details. Understandable. Rest easy. Right now I'm trying, like, I'm doing my best. You come in at an opportune moment where I've been like sort of discussing about my plans for my weight loss and what have you. So, you know, we're all talking about our intestinal health one way or another. But yeah, so I'll be on the intensive shake diet for at least 3 weeks. I'm coming up to the, you know, the 1 week anniversary. So most of August, I'm going to be on the shake diet. I'm probably going to be on the shake diet in September as well. I don't know if I'm going to be in it till October, because by the time it gets to like October 14th, I will have been off and on from the intensive shake diet since I've started. So I'll be interested to see what the numbers are from then. But once I get down to my goal weight of under 80 kilograms, I will then transition from from all 3 of my meals being shakes to 2 meals being a shake and 1 meal being a low calorie meal. That one will still be U foods and what have you. And, that one's a little bit costly, I find, because if I didn't have to stick to the restrictive 350 calories, it would be cheaper for me to get some ready-cooked meals from Kohl's. So once I get down to the secondary goal weight is to get under 75 kilograms. Because once I'm under 75 kilograms, I get out from the overweight category and over into the average weight for someone of my height IRL. I'm not a 7 foot Zeebs IRL. I'm sorry that I've been lying to you all this time. I am merely a 5'8", maybe 5'9", furry enthusiast. Okay, the tea's not that hot. Hopefully the tea is not that hot. Alright, let's have a look. So core, I need to have a sound play. And then we are gonna go for, so it's over in the music. Twitch resources, soundboard. Where is the applause? I need to figure out where that is. It's like a crowd applauding, and I'm wondering if I've kept that particular date created. Here we go. Banana, speech announcement, the scream, wow, dang. Did I not, keep a little thingy-madiggies? Hang on a second. I'm going to need to try and find this sound. How did I get this sound? So we got the crowd applause. We can edit it. But I can't download it, which is the problem. I have so many files that are not properly named. I have, several different kinds of bonks. Then I've got Discord sound. I got elevator music. I got a fart with a reverb. Goofy's yell. Halo, Stardust World, Zaworldo, Heavenly Music, In the Hall of the Mountain King. It's time to stop. Just do it. Kobe, Yoda's death. It doesn't... Wait, what's this one? Nope, that's not what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna hit cancel. I'll work on this another time. I need to find, you know what? I'll probably get a folder of applauses and what have you. That's probably what I'll do. That way we have all kinds of different, round of applauses like you get in Friends or Seinfeld or what have you. That's how I'll do it. Ah, yes. Actually, this tea is at perfect sipping temperature right now. It's still warm, but it's not ruining my tongue. Chat, I am going to need to enjoy this tea. You're gonna have to You're gonna have to keep yourself excited and what have you. Actually, what I'll probably do is turn this transition screen and turn off, because we're not playing a video game on like the PlayStation or the Switch. We're gonna be playing the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. I'll need to get that up and running at some point. Hang on a sec. Oh, this tea is good. Peppermint tea, thank you. You've warmed me up. All right, close this. This one gets shrunk. This one gets thrown over here. Minimize, close this. Where is Elder Scrolls Oblivion? There you are. So yeah. So right now, the way I'm going through my Saturday nights is that I'm just catching up on games that I've previously picked up, and I was like, oh, I've kind of forgot to get that game done. And this is one of those games, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Excuse me. Also, I need to stop the music because there's going to be some good old Skyrim music coming up soon. Dun, 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 dun. All right, hang on. You don't see this, so hopefully this will pop up. Ta-da! So yeah, game? Hello? Yep, cool. Continue from the last save. Yes, please. So yeah, so we are back in whatsamahoozies, the Oblivion. I have, let me see, is it F4? No, F4 gives you the map. F6? Yes, so I have defeated the Grey Prince, and I've been named the new arena champion. Told me to return to her after I've gotten some rest, so we can discuss my future. So there's a few things I can do in the background. Oh, so hi there, Darth Killer. Hi there, how's it going? It goes. I have been. There's all kinds of like thingamadiggies that I can. There's all kinds of thingamadiggies that I could be doing in this game. This is one of the problems of trying to get done with Elder Scrolls games, RPGs, and all this kind of such. I could see myself playing a lot of this. How's it going for you? It's the evening for me. It's the late evening for me, Darth Killer. Glarthil now wants me to observe the behavior of Toitus Sextus. Another suspected member of the conspiracy against him said that if I waited outside house this morning, I would see following him and then find out who at midnight I am to meet in our usual behind and tell him what I've learned. Okay. Alright, so I need to make my way. Don't. By Azure, it's the Grand Champion standing here next to me. But yeah, I have been getting a little bit of renown here and there now as I complete more of the quest. I have not gone through more of the... I haven't gone through more of the main story since they told me of like, oh, let's get some allies for Burma. Or Bruma, sorry, not Burma. So, that's just being set there. Hello, my painted horse. Oh yeah, now I have this guy here.
Yes! Oh, great and mighty Grand Champion! Is there something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Back rub, perhaps?
All of these sound... Wait here. Yes, right here.
Right here? What about, say...
There you go. You stay right there. I'll know where to get you next time. It's 3 p.m. for me. I only recently... Wait, you only woke up at 3 p.m.? Oh, like, that is some late night right there. What do you... God damn, I wish I could have that kind of, like, sleep in. You must have had some amazing rest if you were able to sleep all the way through the night and across the morning. Amazing work. Getting a lot of mana eggs rapidly in Grandia, but I feel like I missed some recently. Wait, some mana eggs? In where? Hang on. I don't know why. Like, I'm just thinking of that TikTok from long ago where people are just like going, marijuana, boom, 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 da 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 da. Oh, hello. It's a Minotaur. Fuck you. Get fucked. Minotaur horn. Thank you very much. Oh, hello. Who the fuck are you? I need to work on getting, my block increased. Because right now, it's like...
Die, damn you! Die, cur! Ha! You'll never take me down!
Get this over with!
There we go. I won't grab all of your stuff, because all of your stuff is weaker than my stuff. Where the hell's the bowman? There you are. Could you not, please? Bowman, you're terrible. You trash. Although, good for you for getting some Daedric bows. That's pretty decent. You have a botched up sleep schedule. Grandia is a legendary JRPG franchise. Kind of like Final Fantasy. You played the first game. Ah, okay. Never heard of Grandia before. Granted, there's like... Granted. I am not familiar with a lot of JRPGs. I didn't grow up with the PlayStation when there was like the console wars and what have you during like its peak in 2000s. I was more of a Xbox boy at the time. And then at one point I went over to PC later on in the years, like back around the time of The Witcher 2 was released kind of times. Can I repair? Yes, I can. Awesome. Strongly suggest playing Grandia. You haven't played Grandia 2 yet. Okay. And these are like older games, right? The Grandia games, or are they like fairly new? I need to be very mindful because I can't get myself, you know, getting into new games like, you know, Death Stranding 2 or Mafia Old Country. As much as I would... Hang on. Where's the threat? Oh, there you are. Because as much as I would love to be that streamer where it's like I play the biggest and baddest new releases and everyone's like, oh my gosh, Grant's playing this game, and then, you know, people come along to it and such. I've understood that my audience is one where they don't want, like, they are more interested in me playing games that they have already played, or, you know, they have an interest in seeing other people play. So, and brand new games, you know, they're a bit tough to get people interested in because, you know, they don't want to be spoiled on those games. And if they follow their favorite streamer, they might see them play that game already, and they might not feel compelled watching me, who with a full-time job and all that kind of nonsense, catch up on that game, you know, days or weeks later. I don't want to spend extra money to try and get the game like 2 days before it's released and take time off work. That is not how I operate. The fuck are you? Shit, and you've got a sword? Do I get an elven longsword? That's kind of cool. I'll hold on to that for a bit. Sanguine! Wait, didn't I get this guy's thingamadiggy already? I think I might have. Yes, I did, because there was like a party or something like that, and then we all lost our clothes, so then I came back here, and then my clothes were in there or something like that, so... I don't know what console gen for sure, but they're old, and they got a HD remaster on Steam recently for better resolution and better fonts. See, I appreciate remasters and remakes. Maybe remakes more than remasters, because normally they're like, you know, doing the effort to actually like be, you know, up to date to like the tech that we have and what have you. But remasters all the same, I very much appreciate, because there are video games out there that I have never played before. Like, for instance, this game right here, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Before streaming Elder Scrolls Oblivion, I have not played Elder Scrolls Oblivion. The furthest I've gone in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion was the sewer. Like, when you're watching, Sir Patrick Stewart, you know, do his Emperor impression, and then he dies, and then you're just sort of like, oh my goodness, the Emperor's dead, and you have to go find his thingy or something. Like, I didn't go further than the sewer. I got out of the sewer, and I think that was it. So there's a lot of first-time experiences that I've been sharing through streaming. Like, you know how some people are like, oh, I'm going through games of nostalgia, and, you know, some of them are like subject matter experts on the game. Ow, what the fuck? Screw you, rat. Hopefully I don't get diseased. But yeah, so like there's a number of people that play through older video games, and some of them are like, you know, subject matter experts on them. Oop, oh, cool. Nimroot right there. I thought I had to search for that one, but yeah, it just pops up right there. So, oop, fuck you, rat. So yeah, so I go through these older games not as a, you know, someone that's like, ah, yes, I know exactly where I'm going, and I know the sneaky steps I can do to make this experience with the game easier for me and not deal with some painful jank. It's like, nope. This is my first time, and I have to ask friends. Or not friends, sorry. I have to ask chat respectfully that any questions about the game that I have will be answered by playing the game. No new content in that remaster, just better resolution and better fonts. Yeah, no. That's good, that's good. Alrighty. Ding dong. Alright, so I need to find this dude in the morning and follow him around, see where he is. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Okay, cool. So it's 5 in the morning. Alright, so what I can do is I'll probably need to get into a more stealthy, what's-mahoozies. God damn you. I know there's probably, like, a better way to get up here, but this is... Bam. Okay, so that's if I wanted to, Yep, cool. So I need to find out where his... So there's Morning Glory. Alright, so that's Todius Sextus's house. Alright, let me have a look. Do I have... So I can resist poisons, I can resist paralysis. So that is my fortifying magic thing. I think I made that. The pentamagic loop I might not have. Did I make this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe not. So we got the Ring of Freedom. Okay, so I don't really have... Alright, so what's the Monday ring doing? Mundane is resisting magic and reflecting magic. This can make it so I'm resistant to poisons and resistant to paralysis. Alright. And then... Oh yeah, this is a custom potion. So yeah, one of the things I've learned in, like, the Elder Scrolls game that wasn't there in Skyrim was that you can just make your own potions and own spells. So I've already looked at someone made a guide of like, oh yeah, if you have like this material or what have you, you can go and make this kind of potion here. So now I have what I decide to dub Coke Zero, where it decides to restore my magicka really quickly, give me shields for 51%, give me feather, a lot of feather, restore my fatigue, and restore my health. And then I have Dr. Pepper, which will do, you know, similar. Alright, and then I have a strong potion of healing. I'll just drink that, because... yeah. Alright, where is my... so, what I should probably do is on the... yeah, so we want it on the self. Alright, we got Chameleon on our self, which can do 25%. Ooh, actually, while I'm here, I should probably cure disease on myself. And then... cure poison on the self. And then we go for chameleon. Not comedian. That's an entirely different phrase. Alright. So. Look at us being extra stealthy. In the middle of a street with a bright light right beside us. Now the question is... oh, not 23 hours. Let's go 2 hours. People start moving around 8 a.m., right? 8 a.m. is the appropriate time. Yeah, sun's rising. What's the deal with Tamriel? There's cats not allowed into cities? I thought you liked cats. No, Tamriel's not the one that's keeping the cats out. It's Skyrim that is keeping the cats out, because they're like, oh, the Khajiit are thieves and such. Skyrim is very racist. Like, that's what I've learned, is that it's a very weird sort of place where, like, all the Skyrim people are like, ah, oh, these Khajiits are thieves and the Dark Elves are evil. And it's like, everyone's evil. It's like, cool, thanks, Skyrim. But, you know, it doesn't help as well that when I was in Skyrim, a majority of the Khajiits that Todd Howard decided to create in the realm of Skyrim were either merchants on skooma or thieves. Why did you do that, Todd Howard? Nigadus the Nibby. Needy. Todd not really helping the species. No, he doesn't. Todd Howard is also a Nord supremacist.
See you. Bye.
Ooh.
Pity I'm an old war veteran.
You're off duty now. My feet.
Alrighty. I don't want to go into his house. I want to just wait. You know what? I'm just going to wait another hour. That way I'll get to like 10 a.m. Alright. Here we go. Alrighty. What's his deal? Where is he going? So yeah, because this guy has asked me to follow this guy here. So yeah. But not Todd Howard, like, when you look at his, like, you know, high school career and what have you, he was the guy that was like, you know what? I am just going to be part of every social club that exists. And if need be, I will be in a leading position for them. Like, he was in band camp, he was in drama camp, he was in a sports team, he was in so many stuff. So it makes so much sense that in, like, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and by extension Elder Scrolls Skyrim, that a majority of the places you can go, it's like, he lied about being in the chess club, Lamau. Oh, did he lie about that one? Huh. But yeah, he was in, like, all kinds of clubs, was my understanding. And this is, like, bled into, like, you know, the mechanics of, you know, joining the clubs here in Oblivion. Because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, if we're supposed to, like, believe that, someone can join the Mages Guild, I don't know if it's appropriate that they are also part of the Fighters Guild as well. They don't really, like, coincide with... Actually, no, better yet, the Dark Brotherhood. Why the fuck is anyone from the Dark Brotherhood in any of the other leagues? One of his big jokes was how people made fun of him for being in chess club, but look at me now, and it's like, no, you've never been in chess club. Oh, yeah, that kind of... I think I've heard something along the lines of, like, you know, him trying to, you know, impress that it's like, oh yeah, nerdy people can do cool shit. And it's like I'm gonna be frank with you. nerdy people have always been able to do cool shit. The difference is that, like, from what I've seen, like, movies have somehow taught, like, also shown this as well, but just because you're a nerd doesn't give you carte blanche for vengeance. Like, if you ever want to see, like, I don't know why this is a thing, but I have seen this archetype happen way too often of, like, cute, like, really smart, like, people, like, nerdy people in, like, one kind of field or another. The minute they have, like, you know, social, like, greater social standing or a following or some other greater, you know, some other greater position than what they were in, like, high school, oh, they can be vindictive. They can really... Oop.
Hi there. Glarther is acting even stranger than usual. Don't you think? I went to the chapel yesterday, but
Without question.
was the only one there.
Goodbye.
I figured I'd come back another time.
I think I'd rather take my chances with a disease than have that man.
But yeah, like, that's intriguing little
Goodbye.
lick spittle.
What is it now?
Hammer and Tongs is a good place to get your armor repaired. Just don't go early in the morning. Agnet usually isn't feeling so well then.
All right.
She can drink all she wants as long as
Sorry.
she keeps doing such.
But yeah, like, I don't know like what it is about, like, nerdy people, and I am
The Emperor and are opening the Oblivion gates.
uh
Do you think any
Yes?
of it's true?
No doubt.
You're new here. Or you'd know me. Tutius.
but yeah,
My people
that's because the nerd stare is that of the bully victim with duct tape glasses, not even thinking.
friends.
The nerd stare is that of the bully. No, so what I mean is that, okay, hang on, let me have a sip of my tea.
Perhaps you should seek out a priest. Perhaps a beggar. Or guardsman. You and I, we have nothing in common.
But yeah,
We possibly talk
like sure, there were, like, far earlier mediums of, like, the nerd getting bullied by, like, the jockey or what have you, but conversely, like, let's be real, like, the people in show business are not the fucking jock. The people in the show business are, you know, business people and drama club. Like, I understand that jocks will be, like, you know, fighting the nerds and what have you.
Oh, I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
God damn you, Blue. But yeah. Is this guy's name just loves talking about this sexploit? I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Sorry, but I don't think I know any Glarther. Wait, do you mean that strange wood elf that you see wandering around the city?
So he knows something.
Yes, I've seen him, but never spoken to him. He seems to be at the low gate.
But yeah, like, there's a thing with
Strangest
wallet
looks.
inspector here. I'm not giving you my wallet. I am not giving you anything. You already took my clothes and you already made me put on this maid outfit. You're not getting my wallet. But yeah, so, like, yes, you know, jocks will fight nerds and what have you, but this is a sub-trope that I've seen happen in real life as well, which is that nerds are vindictive and that they will clap back far harder than necessary. And we've seen some films and TV shows demonstrate this.
Yes, the strange wood elf who haunts the low gate every... Good day.
What's the news from?
I hope. Tell me more.
Oh, there's no point to
Good day.
getting him.
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of imperial goods in the land.
Can you, like, stop watching me? Cool.
The Altmer have powerful wizards. It could be a dangerous situation.
Safe travels.
Good day.
All right, so if I do F6, so paranoia, and then find out who was at midnight. I am to me and their usual. Okay, cool. So he was talking to.
You have something you want to
Never mind.
suit yourself.
Actually, no, hang on.
You have something.
Dang, he thinks there's a
Really?
plot.
He's getting worse then.
Cool.
He's seeing you.
All right. You need to inspect if my wallet is in good condition. I don't trust you. My wallet is in totally fine condition, all right? Well, actually, no, that's not true. My wallet can do with more money. I think that's how everyone's wallet is right now. Todius Sextus sounds like a super fake Roman name. It does sound like a super fake Roman name. I will be real with you. You are correct on that regard. All right, please don't die. Please don't die. And I survived. Get fucked. But yeah, my wallet, and I believe everyone else's wallets, they can be filled with more money. I am very much in support of having our wallets get more money, but not affect the economy with inflation. I don't want my burgers to cost me $20 from McDonald's. Although I will be real with you, it's kind of already approaching that cost, which is annoying.
On you.
Thank you.
Oblivion Gate threatened us all. Yet only you took action to... I saw Agnet out drinking late again last night. The whole West Weald is pretty good goblin hunting country. They're thick here in Calovia. Try the big goblin den called a derelict mine, out east along the Gold Road.
Cool. They already do. Oh my god. Well, yeah. Like, if I go for... Here's the thing. Before my attempts of weight loss, the burger I would get would be a double quarter pounder with an extra patty and extra cheese. If I go onto like Uber Eats or DoorDash, that burger alone is like $16. I love how Clarkson's like, wallet inspector, how about I slip you a 20 and you can leave me alone? No. If the wallet inspector comes to me, I want them to slip me a 20, okay? Slip me a 20 first so I can put it in my wallet, and then I can be like, yeah, see how this wallet is a wallet? There's no money in my wallet. I need to put money in the wallet. Alright, so I need to wait here and hopefully by midnight he'll come around. Despite not having UBI ballooning inflation happened anyway. Oh, Universal Basic Income. I was wondering what UBI was standing for. Yeah. I love how, like, every counter to the Universal Basic Income was just it would increase the prices of food and all this kind of nonsense, and people would be lazy and such. And it's like, well, one, people are raising the prices anyway, and they do it on all these arguments. Number two, there is always going to be lazy people, even if you remove incentives. Get off my throne! Everything there is expenses.
So, I was right all along. You're doing excellent work, my friend.
Stuff on there is too expensive. What about the reward you promised?
Yes, of course. Here is your precious gold. Now I need you to investigate one
brain. Come on, you can do this.
For me.
As I've actually been losing weight and what have you, like I am still, even with the weight gain that I had back in July, I'm still much lighter than I was back when I bought like a lot of these clothes. Like right now, like I need to get new sleepwear at some point. Because right now, this is like 2XL sleepwear on me right now, and I'm gonna be real with you. The pajama bottoms I have, if I put my mobile phone in there, the waistband doesn't like scrunch to me, so there is a possibility of me losing my pants in my own home, which I am not a huge fan of. Like, come on, like, I want it to be able to hold a phone. Why is there a bra on your throne? Because I was, forced to put that on there thanks to Unnamed and a few of their posse. So we made it a goal incentive to like, if we reached a certain goal during donations and what have you, I would put a bra on my throne. Because so many times Unnamed and some of the peeps are like, Grant, put on a bra. Because these heavy boys right here, these pecs.
Do you know David Surley? Yes, of the famous Surley Vineyards. Pillar of the community, etc. Who would ever suspect him? Perfect.
You would.
A ring ringleader of the whole conspiracy. He watches my house constantly. You'll see. He leaves his house early each morning. Watch him and report back to me here at midnight as usual. Make sure he doesn't notice you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to you, the Surly house is right next door to mine. A large house with a backyard conveniently located. Be careful. David Surly is the ringleader. You must not let him catch you watching him.
Cool. Awesome. He's probably going to catch on to me watching him, but, you know, it is what it is.
Nani?
Sus. Why did you ask me to do discreetly? Nah. I can do discreetly, okay? I can do discreetly. Because here's the thing. I am a fan of the Assassin's Creed games. I remember doing stealth. Oh, ow. He can't see me, chat. Also, hi there, Zach. Welcome to the stream. Okay, never mind. He can see me. Fuck off. Oh, okay, so now there's a lock on the door. He says, while shouting so loudly, everyone death could hear. Ah! Alright, so that's Samir's home. Grenadier. Alright, so that's the Surly brothers. Alright, so I'm gonna head to the Two Sisters Lodge. And we're gonna use that to rent a bed and get some quick sleep. And because of that, we should be able to level up. Because I know I have some leveling up to do.
I salute you for your daring, hero of Kavatch. You've proven yourself once again here at Skingrad.
I would like a bed.
Some place to rest?
I'll take it.
Okay, then. It's upstairs, the room at the west end of the hall. That's to your right when you come out the door. Enjoy. Take care.
Alrighty. So, up the stairs we go. But yeah. Also, why are you adding Izzy in the thing? Let them be, okay? They can have their time of just watching and lurking. Leave them be. Alright, so it's 1 a.m. Okay, not 24 hours. Alright, so early morning, let's say 7 o'clock is quote-unquote early morning. IC is getting overexcited. Over a bra. Let's just put this out there right now. IC is overexcited over a bra. Let's see. Which one do I want to do? Personality? Yeah, let's do personality. There we go. Nah, we don't have Zeeb fish. We just have Dex. This must be the new malware. There is a handsome striped zebra on my screen. This isn't a Bono, is it? I don't know, Het. You're over in my stream. I don't think Twitch embeds are happening right now. Alrighty, so. Also, those are all the things that people have fished. I try not to be responsible for fishing in my stream, and as you can see, Sir Dragon and Hawaiian are responsible for quite a number of them. Also, are you trying to find, like, other commands, Zach, that are related to me? I have a list of commands down in the bottom thingy-majiggy. Alrighty, so... Let's see. Is it maybe 10 o'clock? Alright. Keep close observation. No, just my pecs? Of course, just my pecs. There's more to me than my...
Hex. Thank you for the hyper himbo head. I greatly appreciate it. Yes! I have not had this effect go off for a long whiles. Look at all this. Listen to the sounds of my voice as the reverb and the pitch shift happen. You did ass. The fuck you mean I did ass? Quick sippies. It's like the voice changer from those Saw movies. Maybe not exactly. I wasn't aiming for the Saw movies. I was just aiming for, like, you know, a sort of, blah, blah, blah. Where's my brain at? I was just looking for being able to get it, like, deeper. I was just looking to get it deeper to, like, you know, kind of match with the hyperhimboism. Alright, hang on.
It's you. Hi.
I went to the chapel yesterday, but Valandris was the only one there. I figured I'd come back another time.
You'd be better off praying for a miracle than going to see Valandris.
Dad voice. Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, so am I supposed to... Wait, hang on. Did I break him? Because of the, upstairs. Oh, this would be a lot of... So, auto say... Yeah, that... Damn it. Alright.
Looks like you're in some trouble. Since we are friends, don't...
We're friends? I did not realize that I was friends with that guy. I didn't realize I was friends with that guy, so, but yay! The cops are not bothered by me. Alright, so now I just need to watch this guy. It looks like I was able to fix his, AI thingy-majiggy, so... Now he's not, you know, now he's not stuck in his room. Get that pineapple out. I want my... You want my car tire. Oh, Het's still looking for car tires. Darn shame. As tempting as it would be, I don't know if it would be a good idea to get a car in my current financial environment. Sure, with a car, I would be able to travel, like, much further than I normally would, and I would be able to make trips to places that are not normally in the usual path of... What the... Nightman? You gifted me the code the Yoshi plushie? Where are you from? I'm in Oz. I'm in the land down under. I'm in Queensland, the smart state, as they like to say. Go Reds! Although for whatever reason, the state premiere that we have right now is doing a lot of weird work and making a lot of our logos and our text and our fonts in the government look like fucking blue. No idea what's going on with that man. Just doesn't want to be associated with Labor colors, which are, you know, predominantly red in our, you know, political spectrum. That's... How crazy is that? The fact that, the colors of Labor Party, who are, you know, liberal-leaning and what have you. So, the Labor Party is left-leaning, and they're colored red. The Liberal Party is conservative, and they're colored blue. It is literally opposite colors to, you know, what most people would think from the United States. They'd be like, oh, what's wrong with this fella? He's part of the blue team. And you're just sort of like, no, that is a terrible idea. So yeah. But no, thank you so much for the Code Yoshi plush. I will keep an eye on it, and I'll let Code know that someone has gifted me the plushie. I don't have a lot of cool, I don't have a lot of cool decorations or anything like that in my home. So, but also like it's really difficult for me to like come up with reasons to have decorations because more often than not, like I've moved around like quite a bit in my like developing years and during like high school and university. So having, you know, a room filled with like plushies or gunpla and such, or, you know, any like something like that has not existed for me. I have not had my roots down in a place for longer than 2 years. Like that is not happened. Alrighty, let's see how we go. I assume labor is left-leaning because of laborers compared to me, Tim Tam? Yes, exactly. He's 9 feet away. And I hear... Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is the Nimrod? Hello? Don't mind me.
I need you to leave so I can lock up.
Oh, god damn you. Alright, hang on. Look, roll it back. Roll it back. Most of my younger years, I shared a room with my brother, so I understand. Yeah, so... For me, oh shit, he's probably running all the way back to get me. For me, I've not had, like, a room for myself that has lasted more than, like, 2 years. The longest time I've had a room, like, has been, like, 2 years. Actually, no, not true. We're approaching to 4 years in this current apartment that I'm in, but I can't live in this apartment any longer because the rent keeps going up. The rent went up quite a bit last year, and so, blah, 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 brain, come on. So yeah, the rent went up quite a bit, last year, and then it didn't go up too much this year. But the fact is that I am now in a, I've been in, like, financial stress for, like, the last 2 years, because the current place that I'm in, I'm renting, that's, like, you know, that's, like, half my paycheck now. How much did it go up? It went from, so when I first got into this place, like 3 years ago, it was $440 a week. And I'll be frank, I was very fortunate and I probably went larger than I needed to because it was a 2-bedroom apartment. I have one room as my actual sleeping room, and then I have another room as my office, because at the place that I work, we have 1 or 2 days where we get to work from home, and I like the idea of having a space that was explicitly for work, or in this case, for my PC, for streaming, and for VR. So it's not that big of a room, but yeah, so 440 a week? Yes, a week. Australia does not do their rent on a monthly basis. Australia does their rent on a weekly basis. You pay it fortnightly, don't get me wrong, but, you know, it can get kind of costly. So yeah, so it originally started at $440. Now it's at $510. When I first got into this place, it was like, oh, we go from like 440 to 460, and then it jumped to then it jumped to like 485 or something like that, and then this year it jumped up again to 510. Sounds weird to me. Yeah, so hang on a second. Let me get a calculator out. So calculator, here we go. Oh yeah, if you want to know where I am right now, I'm like 93 kilos. So I'm like 205 pounds, and then previously I got as low as 198, and then I want to aim for like 174 pounds on my current weight loss thing. But yeah, if we use the basic calculation, so 510 a week, so $2,000 a fortnight, or $2,000 a month. 1,760 to 2,400, 2,040. That is WoW. Yeah. Now
that is for a 2-bedroom apartment. Don't get me wrong. Like, I can probably get away with, you know, I could easily have either made this into a like I've already heard the advice of, like, you know, getting a housemate or something like that. But I'm gonna be frank with you. What fucking housemate will want to, like, I don't think I can get a perfect stranger to be fine with me, a furry, streaming like Saturday midnight. Because here's the thing. If I do a share house situation, I have to take all this stuff out from this room and I have to put it somewhere else. It does not fit in the bedroom that I have right now, because the bedroom I have right now holds a queen size bed and is like, here's the thing, is like, where I'm gonna need to, I need to get like a floor pan. But yeah, like there's a, like the bedrooms here are not massive. All right. The bedrooms here are like 2.9 meters by like 3 meters. A study room is a huge need. Like, if I had a housemate that I trusted or something like that, then I think I would be fine with, like, you know, joining up with them and finding like a 3-bedroom like home or apartment or something like that. So then that way we each have our own room, and then we have one room as like our study or our recreational and what have you. I think that I would be totally down for. But I've already been in the situation of, all right, let's do 9 hours. I've already gone through the housemates. Like, I've already, like, after university, like, after living in, like, university dorms for, like, you know, like, an odd three years, like, I moved out from university dorms into a place that had, like, 4 other housemates.
So, what did you discover about...
Is not spying on you.
Then, I suppose I must believe you. At least...
What about the reward?
Here's the gold, as promised. I always pay my debts, and...
Okay, so he's given me a note? Hang on, what's the note? Let's see, where is it? List of deaths? Must be killed. There is no choice. He is definitely conspiring against me. Come back and see me. Make sure you are not followed once it is done, and I'll give you your reward. Oh my god, he wants me to kill someone. Nah, that'll be easy. Alright, hang on. Yunk. Zunk. Actually, hang on.
Good day.
He's a crazy man. I don't know, like... Ding.
You have something you want?
He needs to be arrested.
Damn. He's finally gone completely bonkers. Thanks for the...
Alright, let's see. Where is he going? I want to see where he's running. So, there's Tortoise.
Welcome.
So yeah, he was the only one that I was like, yes, I suspect he's spying you. Like, I wonder what he would say if I, like, told him that no one spied on him. Would he just be like, oh, hey, like, you know, oh, like, you know, kill everyone then? Let's see what happens.
You'll never take me alive!
Cool.
A pleasure to speak with you. Sad story. Good day.
Key, coins, and lockpick. Yeah. There we go. Quest done. So, a study room is a huge need. That did 50 years ago. Oh, in buildings? Yeah. Nowadays, like, I don't know where...
Glug, 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 glug.
Self-care? Yep. Alright, hang on. Let's have a look at what other missions we can do. Let me just, you know, stretch my arms. Let me just stretch my arms. Oh, and get myself a sip. Sippies. Alrighty then. Excuse me. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit of a weird situation. Like, my lease ends in February, so when it gets to like December or January, I am most certainly gonna have to look for places new to live. And I'm gonna be real. I am not earning enough from Twitch to have that added on to my full-time income to help influence like what my housing situation can be. So like it's like they recommend to you rent and like you essentials should be 33%, 1/3 of your hang on. Whom gods annoy. I'm hearing a strange report of odd noises and smells coming from around Rostenia Galenis house here in Leywin. Maybe I should go investigate. Maybe you should. Let's go from the west gate. So yeah, I'm gonna need to look for a place that is within my budget. And from the look of the direction that Australia is going right now, I am either going to need to take a chance with housemates, and I would be frank with you, housemates I have never communicated with before. Like, since you do full-time, I assume Centerlink can't help? Nope. Nightman, have you seen the latest, like, sustainable housing report? There's... I'm gonna need to get... Centerlink is basically, Centerlink would basically be, I'm trying to think of, like, the American equivalent. It's to support, lower income. So it's supposed to support people in poverty and what have you. So there's different kinds of systems. There's like veteran affairs, there's youth allowance, which is, you know, providing money to students that are studying in Australia that are like, you know, Australian citizens, rental assistance if they're below a certain income. But yeah, public help. Public government help might be the right way to describe it. But yeah, Blue is planning to buy a house. I am nowhere near that kind of thing. I have been irresponsible with my monies. Do you think a zebra on the internet streaming with a 3D model that was created by, you know, a not safe for work artist at 11 p.m. is making good financial decisions to, like, buy a house in Australia? He ain't. He only doing it recently. Like, wherever you think I am in terms of maturity because of being a 30-year-old furry, knock it back 10 years, okay? Woke doesn't charge a mortgage for a model grant. Yeah, Woke doesn't charge a mortgage for a model, but I have made lots of little purchases here and there where I do not have the savings to put down a deposit to get a mortgage. I sadly can't get a model from Woke. Yeah, Woke is very, very busy. But yeah, hang on a second. Let me find the there's a report. It's a very depressing report, let me tell you. Like hang on a second. So Australia housing report. Like, give me a second. I think is it Bureau of Statistics that tells you this? Like, there was, like, I remember there was, like, a report. Like, I remember going over it on stream as well. Is it the state of housing system? So this is for 2024. A well-functioning house is essential for an inclusive prosperity, long-term trends, current conditions. Like, no, hang on, let me find it. Housing report, housing crisis statistic. Maybe it'll tell me here. Here it is. Housing affordability. I think this is where I got it here. House prices have risen across Australia over the decade to the last quarter of 2024. The median transfer price for established homes in capital cities increased substantially, with the median house transfer price in Sydney increasing from about $680,000 in the first quarter to about 1.4 million. Median house prices in Canberra are 980,000. We're the second highest among the capital cities at the end of 24, followed by Brisbane, 925,000, and whilst Darwin, 555,000 was the lowest. This is the medium. Why? Wolk's busy. Wolk is a very popular 3D artist. He has been a popular 3D artist when I first went for him for a 3D model. And he's only been getting more and more popular, especially as he's now created some base models of, like, you know, personas that are not common in the VR chatting space, such as sharks, kobolds, armadillos, pigs. Like, you're looking elsewhere anyway? Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, there needs to be, there'll be other 3D artists out there. It's just the things that we're asking from 3D artists, like, unfortunately, many of them are more of like a jerry rigging of like other models, so they get like really high what's-a-moozy counts. Darn Hyena might honestly be a okay, granted, you're not a hyena, but I reckon if you look at Darn Hyena and their, like, you know, PlayStation 1 modeling style, I'm in his list for fall. Nice. There's like a report, there's like a PDF that like shows you the let me find it. Bureau Statistics, housing crisis. Like there is so many there are so many reports out there where, like, the cost of getting rent or a home in Australia is absolutely nuts. And the reason for this is because, like, every Australian that has money puts it into housing. They do not invest in businesses. They do not invest in you know, stocks or anything like that. The way Australians with money invest is they invest in homes and real estate. And they don't just invest one time. Even the people, like, you know, who just get their first home and such like that, they're going into the rat race of, oh, this thing here, I'm not going to live in this forever. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build equity off of it, and then in like 5 or 10 years, I'm going to sell this home, and it's going to be worth more than when I got into it, and I'm going to go into an even bigger home. And then when I get into that bigger home, I will then use that equity to be able to sell that and get 2 homes. And then that way I have 1 home as my own and 1 home as an investment. And then the investment home I'll sell for equity and get another 2 homes. Like, people are in this kind of fucking rat race. And some of people are like, oh yeah, I'm going to try and get, like, you know, I'm going to have at least 2 houses or something like that. No. You know who you're competing against? You're competing against people who have over 100 homes. The whole damn world is doing real estate investing. Yeah, in Australia, here's the thing. In the US, sure, at least they have the fucking stock market, and some people are going into that with bitcoins and some crazy nonsense like that. In Australia, there is an Australian trade market, but it gets fucking nothing. Even Australian companies do not get traded on the Australian stocks. There is an Australian company that is responsible for Canva, and they are not traded in the Australian stock market. They are traded in the US stock market. They're traded on Wall Street, and the reason why is because the company said Australians do not invest in technology. Like, there is no potential of growth. Because everyone goes into fucking housing and they see this as a guarantee. And that's problematic because the government, like, years and years ago, made it so that it was more of a guarantee to get money increase when you put money into houses and such like that, rather than treating investments as they have, which is that there's always an element of risk with housing. They have removed risk, which means by removing risk, like, it's... Why you gotta upset me over houses? The number of dwellings has gone down. A lack of supply is making it harder for people to buy or rent. And the thing is that, like, everyone is pointing fingers at, like, different reasons for why, you know, houses are so expensive. Where it's like, oh, it's a hoarding of the wealth. Oh, it's because any new houses, like, we're trying to meet demand, but it's almost impossible to, like, get homes, get homes made because of restrictions and such. Like, yeah, everyone's pointing fingers in the housing market, but the problem is that there was a the Doomstone series. Nah, don't care. Nah, don't care. Oh shit! Why is there goblins here?
These stupid scamps are driving me crazy.
Why do you have scamps?
Oh, thank you. I had a feeling buying that Daedric staff would be trouble. Now I'm paying for it with more than just some gold.
The Daedric staff you have?
Spellsword was passing through Leowin and heard that I like to buy curiosities. He wanted to sell the staff you see me carrying.
Yep.
I eagerly bought it, knowing the value of Daedric relics. In fact, I was a bit suspicious when he sold it so cheap. After examining it for a bit, I noticed a small word carved on it in runes. Using a book from my library...
France here has a similar mentality, but with cars. Ooh, interesting that France has it with cars.
When I spoke it and held the staff, 4 scamps suddenly appeared. It didn't take long before I realized they were following me. I can't explain it, but somehow I can't compel myself to actually let it go. This staff is obviously cursed. Now I'm...
You hear Zeeb snoots are pretty soft and squeezy? From who? Who did you hear this from? Also, I can't reach my nose. I don't have that kind of, Ma'am, why'd you buy a Daedric staff? She, clearly, this lady here, hang on. This dumb lady here thought it would be a good idea to get at artifacts because she was gonna try and upsell it to some other Daedric, you know, fanboy. You can't escape capitalism, even in a fantasy realm.
I need you to get over to the Mages Guild and talk to a good friend of mine, Alvis Uvenum. She's the... I was able to get a message to her earlier, but I've yet to get a reply. Everyone in town knows about my hobby. What will I do with my collection of The beastly little creep. I can't... Alvis is a practiced researcher. She's sure to have some good information for you.
Yep, cool, awesome. She tried to do an NFT, almost. She just wanted to. It's just commerce. NFT would be like trying to sell. Would be like trying to sell a parchment with, like, you know, the receipt to the Daedric staff. But yeah. Alrighty, kill him. I'm not gonna kill him. It's gonna be explained to me how I can deal with the scams. There's probably like a special spell they can say. Alright, where is she? There you are.
Poor Rosentia. She's been trapped in her house for days.
Yep, she's got scamps.
Frankly, the smell gave you away. You must have stepped in. Just be sure and keep this quiet. If the other mages even knew that I was involved with Rosentia's new guests, I could get kicked out of the guild.
Why?
Doing a bit of digging, I'm afraid Rosentia's been stuck with the staff of the Everscamp. Nasty bit of fun by Sheogorath, I'd say.
Oh, that guy.
The way she can be rid of it is if someone willingly accepts it. It can't be discarded in any other manner. No one would buy that thing once it's activated like it's been. The only chance is to return it to its original resting place, Dark Fathom Cave. Inside the cave, there's rumored to be a shrine to Sheogorath. That's where the staff can finally be dropped, and the scamps should remain behind. I also learned that the staff makes the owner move much slower than normal. Please, bring Rosentia this information at once. And I'm glad she was finally able to get someone over here. Send Rosentia my regards.
Alright, cool. So, we're probably gonna need to get the staff from her, and then we're gonna head to the cave ourselves. Jump.
If it isn't the toast of Leowin, how can I help you?
Sup.
There's crime everywhere. I'm always on the lookout. We're always on the lookout. Take care.
I'm sorry, I can't keep thinking. I keep thinking of the fucking TikTok where it's like, you know, you just have like this wide view, you know, and he's like doing a sprint, jumps off a cliff, and it just like does a 360 no scope, and you just hear this song where it's just like marijuana. All right, there you
I
are.
was afraid you wouldn't come back.
No, it's fine.
Oh, please, I beg you. Take this. I can't fight. And who knows what's guarding the shrine? Do this for me, and I'll reward you with another one of my...
Very well, I'm ready. I
There's the
accept.
staff. As soon as you leave, the scamps will thank... How am I ever... Hey, you're the one they call the hero of Kavatch, aren't you?
Yes, I am. It took you that long. Took him a while to, you know, figure out it was me. Alright. Okay, so my movement isn't really that bad. And the scamps are following me? Oh, no, they don't look like they are.
It is a privilege.
Jump. Jump.
Pity, sir. I got nothing to...
Alright, let's see how far away I am from this Sheogorath. Although, to be real with you, the Sheogorath, like, shrine is, like, really close to this city, so I'm probably not that far away from where I need to go. Yeah, oh, look at that. It's, like, only a couple hundred. Alright, here we go. Jumping on water is so fucking weird. Cool acrobatics, but how? That is more of a magical feat than a normal, you know, physical feat. I'm gonna be real with you. Huh. Where the what the fuck? Oh, there's the door. Okay, I'm an idiot. I have arrived. I should proceed inside. Yes, I should. Are you better to DM with Telegram or Discord? If we are mutuals in a server, you can reach me via Discord. Although I think you've already tried reaching out to me via Telegram. But why? What about? Oh. Oh, hello. Hang on, that's why. Alrighty. Sheogorath, why the fuck do you give us a staff for scamps dealing with, like, these guys? God damn you. Oh, more Daedric shit. Cool. Don't need the claymore. Hi, Joe. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I greatly appreciate it. Hang on, I just need to get rid of this. Thank you so much. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement that I normally have going off, and you get to utilize all the... Wait. Where's my button? All these cool emotes. I'm guessing you like the Pog. That's your personal fave? Alright, so cool. Ding dong. Zoomies. I have arrived at the shrine. I should find the altar and place the staff near it. I no longer feel the urge to possess the staff. Nice. Get fucked. Although now I have to deal with, like, all these guys that are wanting it. Also, what the fuck is a Zivili? Never heard of such a thing. Oh, and you broke my apparel. Of course you did. Alright. Dink. Do I leave this here? Or... Is there really not a prompt for... Okay, hang on. Okay, you should be here. So, drop the staff. I've placed the staff near the altar. The scamps seem pleased with their new home, and best of all, have stopped following... I should return to Rosetta with the news. Excellent. Alright. Wait. Where's the way out? Seriously? Am I blind? Yeah, I'm blind. Alright. Out we go. Oh, fuck off. I should have tried to repair my, arms when I had the chance. Alright, grab the Daedric Heart. It's always good to have a Daedric Heart with me. Dink, and then... Ah, fucking spiders. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god, that is a wall of text. What the fuck? They exist in the plane of capable. They primarily utilize and summon. Oh, that's a Wikipedia. That's a Wikipedia dump, isn't it? You just quickly absorb some Coke, no sugar, so then that way. Marksman and melee are the most effective against them. Because of a relatively strong spell absorption bonus. Cool. Good thing I'm just using a blunt weapon. Chest. Let's see. Ebony ring, gold, and the thing. Yep, cool. I wish we could wear more than 2 rings on our hands. Like, we got like 10 fingers we can put rings on. Why can't we wear 10 rings? You ask for it, you request it. You could have also hit me with questions about the game. You could have just hit me with the questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. Also, hang on, 8. There we go. I have maxed out my armory, so now I'm able to like just use the 1 hammer I have. There we go. I only need 1 hammer from now on. To be fair, with that Bethesda games, it might not be that easy. Yeah, well, at least with this one, it's a little bit easier. I have not yet made a custom spell to be like, doom, instant death. Like, I know there are some people that love the custom spell system. Like, I've made one custom spell to be like, give me cool armor, but I'm not really use that too much. That said, even when you think you're being helpful, you could get banned that way. It's fine. It's fine. It was a one-time thing. It was a one-time thing from Zach Rhino, so... Like, he's not the worst offender, alright? He's fine. Also, where the fuck is the door? Meow. Next should have come out like 5 years ago.
You like it first.
Look, I used to be excited for video games. I used to be fervent follower of all the different video games that would be coming out. Like in my young, that's not spam. Yeah, no, like look, Izzy is just looking out for the best of me. All right, it's fine. So, yeah, and like I just got hit with like a wall of, wall of text from you that was like, it's fine. All right, Izzy is just like, you know. Izzy is just, it's fine. Don't. They're just looking out for me is all.
I don't see any scamps or the staff.
Yes, I got rid of it.
As promised, here's the ring. I bought it from a shop in the Imperial City many years ago for an ex-lover of mine. He ran off with someone else, so now the ring belongs to you. The owner of the shop called it the Ring of Eidolon's Edge. I think you'll like it.
Just edging. I mean, you're hitting us with a wall of pecs. Oh, that button did not work. Hang on. What about this button? There we go. You deserve that.
I think you should leave.
Clever. So, yeah. Wait, why am I... No! You literally just said hi and all that kind of nonsense to me and gave me a ring. Why am I being told I'm being trespassing in your property? God damn you, woman. Alright, let's have a look. The Ring of Eidolon's Edge. Fortifying block and fortifying blade. Honestly, pretty good. Base Ring of the Viper. Get rid of you. Change you for the Pentaloot. Alright. There we go. Yeah. Where was I in my... Oh yeah, 2 things. Number 1, Zach, why do you want to DM me? And 2, I used to be a big follower of video games. Like, years ago, I most certainly would have been someone who would have gone and watched all the different video game trailers, all the different conventions, and be like, ah, yes, this is it. I'm looking forward to this. Like, I used to be good. I used to be good at remembering when these video games would be coming out, and I would be looking forward to whatever was coming along the horizon. I would go to Giant Bomb and go into their new game section and see what would pop up in the next month, and I would be like, I'm looking forward to playing this game. And maybe I would, like, you know, save money up real quick with my job and then just be like, right, I'm gonna be playing this game this weekend. Like, definitely before streaming, I was like that. And probably within the first year and two, I was like that with my streams as well. But over the years, like, not like that anymore. Okay, I need a Black Soul Gem from you. I'm not too sure where I'm going to get that. Venerable Vintage. One of has told me that in order to I must leave an offering of troll fat at the statue. Okay, I think I have some troll fat. Do I? It should be... Where are you? No, I don't have troll fat. Damn it. Gonna need to find some troll fat. But yeah, I used to... Like, there's just been so many games this year alone where I have just been taken by surprise of like, oh, that game's out? I wasn't even aware of it. Like, that happened to me with Death Stranding 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mafia Old Country. Oh, actually, no, a more recent example, Titan Quest 2. Remember when I went through Titan Quest on stream? I think Titan Quest was like my first quote-unquote big break, I think, in terms of, you know, playing a video game on stream and people coming along and being like, hey, I remember this game, and sticking around and watching me play it. Like, it was one of the first games. And yeah, there's a sequel to Titan Quest 2. Like, I remember, like, there was a trailer or something like that a while ago, because Titan Quest Anniversary Edition was like such a huge boon most recently. Wanted being streaming with Vignon a bit more and had a few questions I wanted to follow up with stuff.
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago.
Ooh, what's up?
Ugly little animals.
Nasty creatures. But I hear their meat is rather tasty.
Tiger Lily, ding ding dun 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 dun.
I understand Daedra worship has become increasingly prevalent.
Oh, okay. Never mind. They're just, you know, talking around and such. Berry bushes. There we go. Dun 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 dun. Corn. But yeah, like, so there's... I recall you playing it. Yeah, so the, brain. Come on, you can do this. So yeah, Titan Quest S was a fun game, and I, like, went through it entirely. And then I went through it again with, Code the Yoshi. We did a little co-op adventure, which was honestly, like, quite a bit of fun. We didn't yet get to, Ding. Donk. Ding, ding. Wait, have I already gone to Nocturnal? I can't remember. But yeah, like, we had, like, a wonderful time. We didn't get through the very last DLC because it wanted us to be on a legendary character, and we didn't have legendary characters, and we were getting our asses handed to us on legendary difficulty, let me tell you. Hello?
Blessed are you.
Rumors?
We don't want more worshippers. Keep the key safe.
Oh, okay, so... Okay, so the skeleton key was what I got from Nocturne. Never mind. So yeah, so I've already got that from her. But yeah, like Code and I, like we had a lot of fun going with like 99% of the game. We just didn't have too much of a fun once we, you know, got to the latest DLC, like Eternal Embers, and it required you being a legendary difficulty. That one wasn't too much fun for us. Let's see, where is... We need to find a troll. Oh, hello. Darn you, bandit. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Die, damn you!
You die. Also, why are you healing yourself? Stop healing yourself. There we go. No, I wasn't meant to pick that up. Okay, hang on. I need to drop some stuff. I don't care for that. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of the Elven Longsword. We don't need that. And then we'll drop you... Alright, cool. Here we go. You recall me playing it? Yeah, like, years and years ago, I started playing Titan Quest. Because here's the thing, is that I have seen Titan Quest... I don't know what... Like, it was like a game... There was a game store in Australia called Game. Like, I know it's not a very descriptive title, but it was just called Game. And they would have a table with, like, the Nintendo 64, with a PC, with a PlayStation, and... Hang on, do I hear a... No, I do not. So... Ooh, hello. Oh, Baron Mine. Okay, never mind. Altar... The Drunken Dragon Inn. Ooh, okay. I don't remember. But yeah. There was a game store called Game. And the game they would demonstrate on the PC was Titan Quest. I must have gone through that particular... Like, that opening of, like, the, of, like, you know, the farmland and such... so many times. Congratulations, Hawaiian, on getting a blue whale. You must be positively perfectly famished for your breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
You have my ear, citizen.
I hope I can help.
Hello. Rumors?
Anvil is all in an uproar. First, I would gladly...
That blue whale is gonna be, you know, doing all kinds of nonsense. Sorry.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. You don't have any troll fat, annoyingly enough, but I will pick up some vintage. Yeah, it doesn't look like I got any...
You take care now, buddy.
Doesn't look like I have any vintage.
Hello, citizen. I hope you're faring well in these difficult times.
Any rumors?
There's been some terrible trouble at the chapel in Anvil.
Oh my god, why do they keep directing me to Anvil? Oh, hi there, Felix Boltwood. Just getting yourself a quick trout, I see. A game limited, the content seems just bad. A game limited content? No, it's not that it's a game limited content. It's the fact that, here's the thing, is Titan Quest... this has been a game that was been out for years. Hang on a second. You're gonna make me do this. Hang on. So, control Titan Quest. So the original Titan Quest was from 2006. Okay, and they did so first physically, and then in 2007 through Steam. Mobile part was by 2016. All versions were then released in 2018. The Immortal Throne was released in 2007. Titan Quest was envisioned by a game set in ancient Greece similar to Age of Mythology. Maybe that's why I was so interested in Titan Quest, because Age of Mythology, I remember being my first RTS. But yeah, the, where is it? I wish it would give me the, where is it? Audio. Later versions. A port of Titan Quest for mobile was released under the license... No, where is it? An updated version, subtitled Legendary Edition, was released in January 2021, which included all DLC and expansions up to that point. Titan Quest was later ported onto PlayStation 4, Xbox, and Switch in 2018. It was released, and then we had the Immortal Throne. So, you know, Immortal Throne was a DLC, like... So, yeah, this was a game from 2006. Hang on, let me see if there's, like, a link to the, Oh, the website's being archived. Hang on a sec. So... Everyone's talking about Titan Quest. Yeah, because the early access is now available. But, where is it? Titan Quest... So yeah, there was a Titan Quest Anniversary Edition, which so after like 10 years, they released a difference between Titan Quest. One of the is the graphical overhaul. So yeah, so when was it released? Hang on a sec, let me go to the Anniversary Edition on Steam. So yeah, this was released in 2016. I got into this game in 2021. This was a game that had already been out for like 5 years. and everyone had already gone through it, like, you know, dozens and dozens of times over. And then not only that, but let me just get the bundle shown. They then released Ragnarok, Atlantis. They released those out. I went and played those with Code the Yoshi. And after those two were released, where we had, like, you know, new armor sets, a higher level you can level up to, and da-da-da, then they released Eternal Embers, and that one came out
so many times.
That one came out in 2021. We tried to go through it, but we weren't aware that the point of the Eternal Embers was that it was an entirely new legendary difficulty. Like, as it points out here, it's like 4 acts at legendary difficulty. Like, we weren't aware of that. And then, you know, lo and behold, shit hit the fan. But yeah, and I think it was in 2023 or 4 that there was news of, you know, this game, Titan Quest 2, which is now in early access. So, I'm not signed into my Steam account right now, but I know I've put this on my wish list. So yeah. But no, there's like all these games that I like that are just coming into fruition right now that, like, frankly, I have been like kind of blindsided when it was like, oh, did you know that this game is coming out in the next few days? I'm like, I did not. I was oblivious to that. Thank you for the mine. Alrighty. Alright, you know what? We're not gonna go with this Daedric quest. Let's actually go through the main quest line. Blood of the Divines. I need to go to Sancri Tor, find the shrine of Tiber Septim, and bring his ancient armor back to Martum. So, you are... Okay, you're somewhere over there. Let's start from this Vale place. So yeah, like, I know I played through the Mafia series on stream. I had such a frustrating time with Mafia 1 because for whatever reason, the remaster just decided to be stuttery. It just decided to be a stuttery mess for me. And Mafia 2 was none of that. And I loved Mafia 2 for it. And then I went through Mafia 3 on PC, and it was a stuttery mess. I was so annoyed with it at that point that I decided to get the Mafia 3 game on the PlayStation, because then that way I wouldn't deal with the stuttering nonsense that was going off on my PC. I'm not even running that weak of a PC, let me tell you. Like, this thing is like a 5950X with a 3090 in it right now. Like, this thing is a beefy fucker. Like, it's gonna be totally fine with, like, most games that are gonna be coming out, like, even next year. Like, games that are coming out this year. Like, even Titan Quest is like, oh, hey, you need, like, 12 gigabytes of RAM. And I'm like, absolutely, totally fine. Here's a 3090 that holds, like, 24 gigabytes of RAM. And they're like, okay, but you need, like, a 5000 series NVIDIA CPU. And I'm like, cool, how about the pinnacle of that 5000 series CPU? So yeah, like, even with all that stuff, Mafia 1 and Mafia 3 decided to stutter on me, which meant it was CPU bottlenecked for whatever reason, and there was no such fix that was going to repair it for me. Ah, skeletons. Oh, this one summons things? Fuck you. Get some bone meal. Oh, there's a lich? Didn't realize. Stop draining my will. Fuck you. Undead monstrosity. There we go. Bone meal? Absolutely. And... Okay, so apparently there's something just around... Okay, it's inside the, It's inside the castle. Hang on a second. I have found the entrance to the catacombs of Sancretor. I should search them for the shrine of what's-my-whoosies. Hi, Felix. You don't need CPU or RAM for gaming. You need GPU and V... I know this. But you still need a CPU. Like, and the stuttering that goes off in video games, regardless of graphical quality, will be because of how the video game is programmed to take on instructions. So, there is, like, you know, everything in the PC works to something. However, streaming, that's when CPU and RAM become more important. Yeah, no, this was... Here's the thing. This was happening even while streaming. And also, like, with CPU as well, like, if you're running an NVIDIA graphics card, you can have a lot of the encoding nonsense. Instead of being conducted by the CPU, you can have it be done by the GPU. And it's an entirely different part of the chip that does the video encoding, which means that all this nonsense here does not get... Never mind, I thought that was a secret hole. Like, all this stuff here does not get affected by the encoding or decoding tasks that OBS needs to do. This is one of those times where you're coming into this... Hi there, Mango! Welcome to the stream! You're coming into this, ooh, Elven Short Sword? No thanks. You're coming into, like, the problems that I'm complaining about in, the Mafia like, from my experiences of playing the Mafia trilogy on PC, you're coming into these months after I've had this issue. So, that's the unfortunate side. Oop. There we go. Just force it open. Alright. Interesting. I didn't think I stepped on anything there. But yeah, so... Like, here's the thing, is like, I liked PC building. That's also one of the many reasons why I do not have any money for, savings and what have you, is the... bottlenecks. I have a beast in terms of CPU and RAM, but I didn't upgrade when I could, and didn't replace my hard drives either, so I'm stuck with an NVIDIA 1060 with several mechanical disks. The SS... Okay, I nearly died. I need to fix that with drinking some Coke, no sugar, thank goodness. But yeah, like... like, you don't need to go for an NVMe disk. Like, like, if you're still on mechanical disks, NVMe is... Yes, you're going to get a boost from SSD or NVMe, but the boost from mechanical to SSD is so much bigger than SSD to NVMe. SSD to NVMe is still, like, niche kind of area of improvement. But, you know, mechanical to SSD is still worthwhile. As for that 1060, you know, you could probably do better. Although, yeah, there's definitely going to come an age where I feel like NVIDIA is going to be, you know... Oh, it's... Alright, Firestorm. 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 Just... Alright, ancient what's-my-whoosies? Ancient what's-my-whoosies? Oh!
You have freed me.
Hi. It's an NVMe on motherboard slot, and it's the hard disk holding the system, but the user are on the mechanical drive, so... Who the fuck are you?
I was Realus, loyal blade of Emperor Tiber Septim.
Yeah.
I do not know how long I...
But yeah, the issues I had with the Mafia game were really fucking weird, and other people had similar problems on weaker hardware than myself. So it was definitely a...
My three companions and I...
Like, people had, like... It was definitely like a machine instruction thing. For whatever reason, the The way it used the CPU and such like that, just it did not fit. Which is one of the weird disadvantages of trying to build for a PC. There will be a configuration out there that the developer has not foreseen, and it's going to show in their code somehow. For instance, there is a number of video games out there that do not like to try and have times set to the frame rate. So they'll have like physics calculations and all that kind of nonsense dictated by how fast the game is being run. And so they think, oh, it won't go higher than 30 frames or higher than 60 frames. This was an issue with Todd Howard in the original Oblivion.
He departed long.
Why does he look like he's been through No Nut November?
But his evil will.
What, you think he's covered in nut? Is that what you think?
Homage at the shrine.
Get your head out of the gutter, Blue. Hi there, Lord Secret Spy. Welcome to the stream.
Years of our slavery here. We have
Sorry, I just need to check messages.
I believe.
Yes, allow.
We can undo.
Actually, I should probably disconnect. It doesn't need to get charged up to full.
I go now to complete my duty to my lord. Time has set them. Free my brothers.
I totally forgot to listen to what he was saying. I am so sorry. Excuse me.
Farewell.
So good to see you. I'm sick, I can't sleep, and I keep coughing. It's crazy. Izzy is feeling absolutely terrible. I wonder if I just attract an element of people just needing to be given a zebra to, you know, keep them positive. Ah, there you go. There's the ancient blade. There we go. Maybe I just bring an element of cozy to my streams. Unnamed is like, Grant, you gotta show off your titties more. Grant, you gotta, you know, you gotta flex for the Bara enjoyers. Grant, why aren't you being sexy? I don't know how to be sexy, okay? Do I look like or sound like someone that knows how to flirt, like, you know, casually on stream to, you know, convince people, hey, it would be so cool if you subscribe to me, because you could get so many cool benefits. As if. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, hello. So I need a... Oh, shit. Oh, that's me in the water. Hang on. Can I get out of it?
Why do you disturb me?
Alrighty, so... Wait, what did it say? I should free the spirits of the other cursed blades so that we can help dispel the Owner King's evil enchantment from the shrine. Ah, okay, so that's what I'm doing. Cool. But yeah. I need to figure out my vibe. Like, what is the reason people like coming to me for my streams? And, you know, slowly but surely I'm figuring this nonsense out. It's how I've... Ah!
I'm a college man! I won't need my high school diploma anymore! I am smart! I am the smart! I am the smart! I am the smart! S-M-R-T! I mean S-M-A-R-T!
Damn, there's so many of you. I absolutely hate these gloom wraiths. Like, they're loud, they're obnoxious. Alrighty. Oh wait, hang on a second. He's not dead. Hang on. Ooh, at least my athleticism is going up. Okay. Okay, so that's how I got to the entrance hall, but I need to get to... Alright, open you. Come on. Oh, god damn you, not you again. I am currently silenced. Jesus, how long am I going to be silenced for? it's not a permanent effect. Alrighty, 8. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Zach. I greatly appreciate it. I'll just put it in my pocket. I will be a little more prepared for the wallet inspection from Blue. I'll just be like, oh, look at this. Biddies. Fuck you, get hit with fire. Okay, why am I silenced again? Fuck you. Okay, these guys are annoying as all heck. They're such a fucking pain. They sound annoying as heck. Alrighty, so I'm here. And I can go up here. Oh, wait, maybe going the wrong way? Let's see. Fuck you. Alright, stealth is, or my thingamadiggy is drained, so I need to... Alright, on the self, cure disease. Are you joking? Keep away from my biddies, Blue. Okay. So then we go through here. There we go. Oh, F3 is the magic. Alright, cure poison. And then... I need restoring. Heal... No. Minor, moon... Restore strength. It looks like that's all I have. Alright. How bad... Oh my god, everything is getting drained. God damn you. Alrighty. Alrighty, Skelly boy. You and me, let's go, right now. Ooh, what's Mahuzi's cleaver? Yes, please. I have destroyed the second of the cursed blades, saying, freeing his spirit to help his companion lift the thingamadiggy. I should continue to search for the other two.
Have you seen Elaine? Or Valdemar? Ria? No. That was the dream.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, so he is aware. Cool. Dink, grab you. Open you up. Let's see what we get. Ah, just more gold. Okay, cool. So, really not that important. Alright. Next, Ghost. We have to free each of them through Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Here we go. Here we go. Northwind. Nice. That's the third one. Yep, so now we just need to find the fourth. Oh, yeah, I have to go back this way. Darn it. Mortal Kombat! Dun 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 dun. Ah. Honestly, that was such a fun, like, little thing. I remember being in a Telegram group where someone made that for me after I did, like, my zebra in a chair spinning. It was pretty good. The chair wasn't that good of a model. It wasn't able to, like, you know, lean back or anything like that. And I was an idiot where instead of coming up with, like, a, you know, a rig system to, you know, move the chair about and such, I was using, blah, blah, blah. Instead of using, like, a rig, I was using shape keys to try and, like, you know, move it up and down and all that. Come on. Come on. Stop stealing my shit. Stop stealing aspects of me, you fucking wraith. Warden? Excuse me? There we go. Warden's key. Thank you. That would probably be what's... Yep, we opened it with the Warden's key. And... Fuck you, Wraith. Get some gold while we're at it. Man, this cave has, like, nothing for us. Like, come on, man. Okay, we can't go that way. This way leads nowhere. Yeah, this way leads nowhere. Ah, you... At least the wraiths get hit with, decent amount of fire damage. You know... Oh, I can sleep in this bed if I really need the heals. Huh. I'm just gonna follow the torches. Following the torches should be good. You missed with 3D yourself? Wait, what do you mean I missed with 3D myself? No, I was just... I took the, like, I took the 3D model of the chair there, like, online and such to do that, like, silly thingamadiggy. I'm not really good with, like, doing 3D modeling and what have you. As much as Wolk would like me... would like to praise, like, my skills in doing some of the stuff, I am not that good. All the curses have been destroyed. The free spirits have gone to the shrine to try to dispel the enchantment laid on by its Underking long ago. I should go to the shrine at once to see if they succeed in their final quest. Could be good. Give me a minute. Oh no, I don't care about the glass mace. I got a Daedric mace. This is so much better than glass, let me tell you. Alright, ancient thingy-madiggy. What's Mahuzi's shield? Grab that.
I know you. You freed me.
Yes, that's correct. Oh. Fuck you, Gloom. Alright, you need to head off for a night. Y'all have a lovely stream. Not to worry, Izzy. I hope you feeling better and that a good night's rest will do this for you. Also, why aren't you moving? Come on, move. Move, my man. Oh my goodness.
I know you.
That man is gonna be oh, yeah, I'm zoomed in. I'm an idiot. You didn't even see me do anything. Alright, is there a quick way out of here? I don't think so. No, it looks like I'm gonna have to, like, come back around to my... You, dude, have issues. Come on. Alright, cool. He's moving. Oh, god damn it. I forgot. He's a ghost. He's able to just walk through shit. Zoom. He's also gonna walk really slowly, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna walk slowly. Of course he does. This way. And then... Yep, this gets us back to the entrance hall. Alright. Go. Oh, what? Hang on. Who's... Oh, it's you. Okay, so now I need to find ways to restore my willpower of all things. Oh, my cuirass is broken. That's not good. There we go. Alrighty. How to deal with the remains of the Emperor. Found the shrine. It's entered by some kind of... I'll have to find some way to dispel the enchantment. Yeah, the, Oh, I need to wait for the other guy. Hang on. Here lies Riemann of Cyrodiil, crowned Emperor of Tamriel in the year 2812. He fell in battle against the Dark Elves in the 57th year of his age, after a reign of 39 years and 8 months, wanting a day. Riemann of Cyrodiil defeated the Akaveri horde and brought peace to Tamriel, 2762. Cannot read shit on that tomb. Cannot read shit on that tomb. Alright, I'm just gonna wait and... I'm gonna wait... not 24 hours, let's just wait an hour. Let's wait 3 hours. There we go. Took you long enough, Valdemar. Honestly, the nerve of you. Yay, you dispelled the thingamadiggy. So now, we get the armor. Looks like there's no threat here.
We have fulfilled our last... We have fulfilled our last... We have fulfilled our last... We...
Cool. Awesome. Also, yeah, I know I'm like skipping through this like relatively quickly, okay? I'm sorry. That's just... This is how I am sometimes with RPGs, is I'll just breeze through the dialogue. I'll just skim the reading and I'll just be like, yep, cool, awesome, and not wait for the NPC to finish their dialogue. Sometimes it's not important. Oh, hang on. Oh, I need to... Hang on a second. This is gonna be a bit of a... This is gonna be a bit of an annoying one. There's multiple layers to the places I need to go. Ah! Pain! Hopefully I'm going the right way. If I'm not, this is gonna be a bit of a problem. I am passing by a lot of broken people and broken rubble. There we go! Back to the Jarl Mountains. Blue is having a fun little spin. I have no clue how far away I am from the end of this game. I have done a lot of little side quest things here and there, and I have now engaged with the main story. Back to the Crowd Ruler Temple we go. Oh yeah, let me double check if... Ooh. Can I wear the armor of Tiber Septim? Oh my god, I can wear the armor of Tiber Septim. That is kind of crazy. Although now I'm over encumbered. God damn you. Wear this. And then... There we go. Interesting that the armor over encumbers me. I guess it's a sign that I can't do the thingy-majiggies. Hello there, Sean Bean. Jesus Christ, you have so many fucking books. Like, do you really need all these?
My progress on the Mysterium Xerxes is slow, I'm afraid. How goes your search for the armor of Tiber Septim?
Here you go.
The Septim blood may flow through my veins, but you have the soul of a hero. The armor of Tiber Septim himself. Geoffrey will be amazed to see it. You can reassure Geoffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood. The blades are as touchy as priests about relics of Tiber Septim, it seems.
Yeah. What else can I do to help?
While you were gone, I've made some progress in deciphering the Mysterium Xerxes ritual. The third item we need is a great Welkin stone. You may have run across lesser Welkin stones. They're fairly common in Ayleid ruins.
Yes.
But a great Welkin stone will not be easy to come by.
Okay.
They have been plundered one by one over the years, due to their great value to mages and occultists.
Not ideal.
There is only one place that is rumored to still contain one. The ruins of the Ayleid city of Miskarkand. A place where many have perished seeking its great stone. But nothing else will do, so you must succeed where all others have failed.
Oh, no biggie. Succeed where no other had where everyone else had failed. Cool.
Of one of the ancient Ayleid kingdoms which flourished in Cyrodiil before the rise of men. It is said that the ruins are still haunted by the vengeful spirit of its last king. True or not, it is not a place to enter lightly. Be careful. The pinnacle of Ayleid, but no. Miskarkand is one of the most extensive Ayleid ruins in Cyrodiil. It was the capital of one of the ancient Ayleid kingdoms. You might find glories and laments among the Ayleid ruins useful. I have the library's copy at my table if you need it.
Glories and
Be careful,
lament.
my friend. I know you.
Having arrived at Gotsol's Font Priory, halfway on the Gold Road between Ingarad and the Imperial City, I resolved to make a side trip to view the magnificent ruins of Sayatatar, or Shadow of the Fatherwoods, in the ancient Ayleid tongue. After many hours of difficult travel through tangled hawthorn hells and Limberlost, I was suddenly struck dumb by an aspect of 5 pure white columns rising from a jade-green mound of vines to perfect V-shaped arches and graceful capitals towering above the verdant forest growth. This spectacle caused me to meditate on the lost glories of the past and the melancholy fate of high civilizations now poking like splinter shards of bone from the green-grown tumults of time-swept obscurity. Within the forest tangle, I discovered an entrance leading down into the central dome of a great underground edifice, once dedicated to Magnus, the god of sight, light, and insight. Dimly lit by the faded power of its magical pools, the shattered white walls of the enclosure shimmered with a cold blue light. The marble benches of the central plaza faced out across the surrounding waters to tall columns and sharp arches supporting the high dome. From the central island, stately bridges spanned the still pools to narrow walkways behind the columns, with broad vaulted avenues and limpid canals leading away through ever-deepening gloom into the darkness. Reflected in the pools were the tumbled columns, collapsed walls, and righteous root and vine growth thriving the dark half-light of the magical fountains. The ancient Ayleids recognized not the 4 elements of modern natural philosophy, earth, water, air, and fire, but the 4 elements of high elf religion, earth, water, air, and light. The Ayleids considered fire to be but a weak and corrupt form of light, which Ayleid philosophers identified with primary magical principles. Thus, their ancient subterranean temples and sanctuaries were lit by lamp globes, pools, and fountains of purest magic. No. Who got... No, I don't got any skooma. Chad, does anyone of you have skooma? I don't have any skooma. Where was I? Some sanctuaries were lit by lamps, globes, pools, and fountains of purest magic. It was by these ancient, faded, but still active magics that I knelt and contemplated the departed glories of the long-dead Aelid architects. Gazing through the glass-smooth reflections of the surrounding pools, I could see deep below the slow pulse, the waxing and waning of the Wilkenstone. The chiefest perils of these ruins to the explorer are the cunning and deadly mechanisms devised by the Aelids to torment and confound those would invade their underground sanctuaries. What irony that after these many years, these devices should still stand vigilant against those who would admire the works of the Aelids. For it is clear, these devices were crafted in vain. They did not secure the Aelids against their true enemy, which were not the slaves who revolted and overthrew their cruel masters, nor were they the savage beast people who learned the crafts of war and magic from the Aelid masters. No, it was the arrogant pride of their achievements, their smug self-assurance that their empire would last forever, that doomed them to fail and fall into obscurity.
Braved many dangers already, but misgarkened.
Cool, so... Gatorade. Is that gay? Does it have any skooma? Vol, why are you wanting skooma? Yeah, I ain't got none. Alrighty. Marijuana. Alright, hang on. Let me just drink a Coke no sugar. Here we go. Hey, I survived that. I have strong legs. Here we go. This Coke no sugar gives me so much like stamina restored that I can just sprint while under the effects of Coke no sugar and not feel the strain. Just like real Coke no sugar in real life. It'll just keep me going and going and going and going and going. Look at me go. Bonk. Although at some point I'm probably gonna need to, like, go to a chapel or something. Hey, my acrobatics is slowly improving though. That's kind of good. Hopefully nothing is following me. Another drink of Coke no sugar. Look at me go! On a more serious note, hi. Hi there, Vol. Welcome to the stream. On a more serious note, I need to find more clothes to add to, like, my, to add to my throne. I've actually been able to keep some of the... I've been able to keep a lot of the weight off that I had last year, so a lot of the pajamas that I am wearing are a little bit too big for me. Like, if I slip my phone in the pajama pocket, the pajamas are likely to, like, if I don't, like, hike my pajamas up to, like, the middle of my belly, then, like, the pajamas are likely to fall down. And that's not too great. Oh, wow. Another thingamadiggy I did not see. Alright, here we go. Oh, hey! A troll! You there, good sir. Oh, wow, you just took it to the face. Good for you. But yeah, I need, like, here's the thing. Gymming? No, Zach. Actually, what I've been doing is I've been on an intensive shake diet. So back in last year in July, I was like, oh, I'm gonna, like, keep an eye on my calories and what have you. And then, brain, hang on a second. Let me just go to Odil's farm, so then that way I'm somewhere safe. So yeah, so I ever since July, I've been, oh, Odo's film, I can't. Yeah, alright, hang on. Let me go to Wayne and Pryor. That's a safer place. I can go in there, and there's gonna be, like, a church I can go into and fix myself. But yeah, so last year in July, I was like, you know what? I'm too fat. I'm 150 kilograms. I'm gonna need to, you know, find a way to lose weight, and I went with, you know, just counting my calories and what have you. That worked for a little bit. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect, but, you know, I was able to get down from, like, 150 kilograms to, like, 122 or something like that. So, but then in October, I only lost, like, you know, 10 or 20 kilograms with, like, calorie counting and such, and it didn't look like it was going to be improving because then it went back up again. And, yeah, I went to a dietitian, and starting in October, I went on an intensive calorie deficit with using OptiFast as the shakes. Also, if you're wondering what quest I'm going through, right now I'm going through this one, Miskarand. Martin has deciphered the third item needed for the ritual, a rare Aelid artifact known as the Great Wilkin Stone. He knows of only one place that this might still contain one, the Aelid Ruins of Miskarand. I must find the thingamadiggy and bring it to Martin. So yeah, that's where we're going. So yeah, so in October, for about 2 months, all 3 of my meals were just a diet shake. I lost quite a bit of weight. So instead of being at like 140, 130 kilograms, I got down to under 120, which was really good. I was going over to the States. I checked in with a dietitian, and he was like, yeah, you're totally fine for like going on a break from the shakes. I think it's really important. You can just, you know, watch what you're eating when you're up in the States. And, you know, when you come back home, you can just simply go back onto the intensive diet, and you can go for the full 3 months. And I was like, excellent, that sounds fantastic. After the 3 months, I have to transition out from, you know, all 3 of my meals being a shake to being only 2 meals being a shake and 1 being a low-calorie meal of 350 calories or less. So I've done that. So on the 3 months, the full 3 months, from January to, like, mid-January to, like, early April, I got down to 99 kilograms. I just got down to under 100, which was fantastic. So then I was on 2 shakes and 1 meal. So for most of April, May, and then June, I got down to 88 kilos. So it was really slow going. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go on a bit of a diet break. So for the month of July, I was in originally, I was only going to do it for 2 months of July, but it ended up being more like 4 weeks of July. Or, sorry, so instead of doing 2 weeks of July, it was 4 weeks of July, which was most of July at that point. I did not keep an eye on my weight and what have you. Fuck you, fake lion! Don't have a real mane. There we go. No, another one. Fuck you. Alrighty, so yeah, so for no cardio or gym, yeah, no cardio or gym, because when you're on the intensive shake diet, they don't recommend going to a gym because, like, to put into context, I was on 160 calories a meal. I was at a really low calorie deficit. And technically speaking, I am on that really low calorie deficit right now. And when I am on this calorie deficit, let me deal with this ogre. When you're on this calorie deficit, yeah, don't do exercise. Don't do things that can, like, you know, break you and such, because you're more likely to injure yourself during all that. Ow, fuck you, brown bear. There we go. All right, this way. So yeah, so, you know, the plan is I'm back on this intensive shake diet. I've already, like, lost most of the weight I gained in July. In the first week that I'd be on the shake diet, that I knew was going to happen, because that happened the first time I did the shake diet, where it's like in 1 week I lost like 5 kilograms, and the reason for it was because my body was just dropping all the kind of... How about hunger pains and such? How do you work with that? This is probably what makes the what's the cost of shakes? Also, what in the world is this? West-Welled Bear Fang. Oh, shit. Okay, there's something special about you. Okay, why the... Screw you. There we go. There we go. But yeah, so... I think this is a part of, like, the autism, but, I don't get my sense of hunger right. Oh, so I've been to Shadowrock before. Okay. But yeah, I don't have a good sense of hunger. So this is what kind of, like, you know, made my body, like, really easy for me to eat more than was necessary, is I didn't have a good understanding of when my body was being like, hey, you've eaten enough. So then what would happen is that I would end up eating way more than is necessary, and it wouldn't be until I was, like, you know, properly full that I feel like stopping and what have you. Fun fact about autism. You have, like, a dulled sense in things such as hunger, balance, or temperature. No sense of satiety? Yes. Yeah, your sense of, like, also, actually, no. The fun fact about the autism? No, that's not the fun fact. Fun fact! You have more than 6... You know how some people are like, oh, I've got a 6th sense for this thing? You have more than 6 senses. You have so many senses. You have sight, touch, smell, taste, hearing, temperature, wet, balance, hunger. You have a lot of senses. So yeah, and this plays into, you know, with autism, sometimes people, you know, will have a bit of a, they won't have a good sense of equilibrium and what have you. So for instance, like, you know, it might take you a little bit longer to get yourself to a ooh. Oh, have I been here before? Is that why I didn't get the discovery thing? Oh, hello. What the fuck are you doing here? Fuck you. Thank you for contributing to my blunt. Alrighty, in we go. But yeah, so balance is new to me in the context of a sense. Ooh, okay, okay. But yeah, so for me, I realized that hunger was the thing that I didn't really have a good sense for. So the same thing that made it easy for me to eat way more food than normal, like, so to put it in context, 2 double quarter pounder meals with extra cheese, extra patty, and 20 McNuggets and a hot fudge sundae. Oh yeah, that's a dinner for me. I could most certainly eat that. So the same lack of understanding hunger on that side was also effective on the other side for me, where I could literally just live off of 3 shakes a day, and like the thing that I'm noticing is not like, oh, I'm feeling hungry, but just the thing of, like, you know, looking at foods and being like, oh, it would be nice to eat that. Not in the, oh, it's zombies. Okay. So, yeah, I have, like, there are cravings, but it's not like a normal craving of, like, oh, I'm hungry. Like, I don't feel myself being hungry. It's just, like, kind of like a boredom thing where it's like, oh, you know, would be nice to eat something while I'm watching this film, or, you know, eating while at work or something. Like, you know, it's not necessary for me to eat. Some senses are linked too, because brain interprets signals. That's how you get car sick. Close your eyes in a car and your brain sense you're traveling via equilibrium, and your senses are staying still because it can't see the movement. That must be why my, for whatever reason, I'm totally fine with staring at my phone while on the train, but when it comes to, staring at my phone in the backseat of a car, my brain does not like it. It doesn't like it at all. I wonder if that's the thing. Tastes and smells are linked to that way. Stuff like that. Wilkinstone? Alright, so we don't need these normal ones. We need, like, we need a big, beefy one. Ding. Get the skills while I'm at it. Lockpick. Don't really need the lockpick, but fuck it. You weigh nothing. Alright, Alright, I guess the only direction we can go is this place that I opened up. Oh, my barrel is about to break. Are you serious? There we go. Nope, cannot repair because enemies are nearby. That's a shame. Gate is activated remotely. Remotely from what? Gosh darn it. I have barely any context to how things are operated here. Fuck it. I don't know how good of an idea this is, but let's just drop down here. Fuck you, skeleton, thinking you could deal with blunt. Nah. Get bonked. Not quite. Aroma is not part of taste, it's part of smell. It's just smell going through the insides of your nose rather than from the outside. So yeah, so where's my brain at? But yeah, so it's really easy for me to be on the shake diet, honestly, in terms of like, because I don't get like, I'm not feeling a hunger in my stomach. Like, I don't feel empty in my stomach. Dink. Alrighty. Oh, here we go. Cool. Alright, so now I should be able to go through the... Because we pushed the button that's back there, so now... Yeah! It's opened up this. But yeah, so food experiences does drop when you lose your sense of smell because you lose aroma. Yeah. Wait, hang on. What's, just Korean barbecue? Of course, I have more than 6 cents. Yay! Congrats on having more than 6 cents. Alright, Where the fuck that is? Oh, you're a hero, are you? Get fucked. These skeletons are not a problem for me in my full decked out gear. But it looks like you're dealing with your own problem of goblins, but that's okay. Ding and dun dunk, and then ink. Alright, let's repair all this. So yeah, so I'll be on this intensive shake diet for a while. The cage is raised remotely. Okay, it's raised remotely. I didn't know that. Oh, cool. Thank you. Why did you heal? So, Squid Game KFC ad when talking about all that food. Speaking of Squid Game, I'm building a Squidward house in Sims 3. Hey, nice! I was worried what you were gonna go with, speaking of, Squid Game. But yeah, Squidward. Yay. Alright, am I going the right way? It looks like I'm going the right way. Fuck you, champion! There we go. Claymore of the Glacier. Ah, that's what was giving it the frost effect. Ah, I contracted a disease. Oh well, I can fix that. F3, and then self, and then cure disease. Here we go. probably have like dozens of arrows in me at this point. Bone meal. And then scales from you. The sim literally convinced an old lady who was on the verge of death to move in with them, so she also sold her house for which it was worth over 100K from 2 floors to 4. Excellent work there, Vol. I really struggle with my large food quantities. I stopped sports decades ago because Dojo moved away, but I never stopped eating like a competitive fighter, so nothing was being spent on effort. It doubled your weight in kilograms. Oof. Yeah, for me, like, yeah, I don't really have... What in the world? Like, what was the point of that? Hello, Blue.
Hello.
I just coincidentally, like, looked at the left and I was like, oh, there's your Daisy. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at like the change in Daisy's look from 2011 to 2016 and the response someone had about that. Oh, damn it. Alright, I need to find a button for what's Moosey's. But yeah. Yeah. Table of chest, there we go. Is there a button around here? A convenient one I can press? Or not really. How is it going for yous?
Hmm?
Delicious? Okay.
Alright. I need to figure out something.
What are you trying to figure out?
Alright, how do I make that broken build?
Oh, the Monster Hunter, the dual blade thing. For those of you that are not familiar with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, Blue goes through games of nostalgia. Now, I go through a variety of games that might be hitting people's nostalgia because, as I've never played them before, Blue has most certainly played these games of nostalgia and is way too much of an expert. We are two sides of the same coin here.
That's just how it is, alright? It is what it is.
Is this the button? It is what it is.
Okay, what was the skills I needed? Because I can build anything.
Oh, cool. Is this it? Yes, it is. Awesome. Yep. But yeah, so Blue goes through a lot of older games, but one of the more newer games that Blue goes through that I also play with them as well. Hi there, Kings in Cinder. Welcome to the stream. One of the games that I play as well is Monster Hunter Wilds. And Blue might have found a build where he is able to just have 100% affinity on dual blades.
Oh, I was like, okay, so what was happening is that I was in the training room.
Yeah,
trying to work out stuff, and I'm like, dang, 100% affinity while having crit element? I'm like, my damage numbers is insane. Like, just saying, like, I thought, like, crit builds were not possible.
I remember you saying how they seem so trash in Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm like, are you sure?
Like, legit, they were trash until Ray Dial Gamma came out, because you can get almost everything you need from just wearing that armor set. You just need to put in weakness exploit and weapons that are based on crit element.
Yep. Have you considered playing Elder Scrolls on survival mode? Perfect for RP immersion? Absolutely fucking not. I am not one of those people that like making games extra difficult for myself. Also, what in the world? Okay, hang on. How do I get out of here? Okay, I'm going the right way for the right way out.
Wait, can I see if I can solo Fatalis?
don't know Sign ASL, you have VR Chat ASL. Didn't know VR Chat had its own ASL. That kind of sounds pretty cool, because most people, I guess, don't have the like the dexterity that the Valve Index has, and even then, sometimes it's not perfect. All right, where?
Oh my god, I hate this stupid thing.
He says affectionately.
I hate the ancient lesson in Monster Hunter World. It's a freaking collab with Witcher.
Yep.
And this thing is stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They just wanted to have a fun collab. Not all collabs in Monster Hunter can be Street Fighter.
Well, you have to use Igni to get rid of the vines, and then you can attack, but it keeps teleporting around.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's see. I got max attack.
Let's see. Am I going the right way? Hopefully so.
Actually, no, I don't have max attack. Crit.
Wait, are you in Wilds or are you in Worlds right now?
I'm in Worlds because I'm preparing. I'm testing something out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at some point. Oh, shit. There we go. Drink this real quick. Gets me.
Actually, what is... Wait, what's my best dragon insect glaive? Oh. Okay, it's Alatreon. You know what? No, that's fine. I can... Fatalis is weak to dragon. This is fine.
Okay, I'm not an expert in Monster Hunter, but I feel like most dragon creatures, like, they don't call them dragon explicitly, like their type, but most wyverns are weak to dragon, aren't they? It's just...
Everything is weak to dragon, but not as much as the super effective element used against them.
Yeah.
Like, dragon is good against everything, but not as good as if you use the better option.
Yeah. It's one of... So yeah, and it's just a... You know, you have to do the critical assessment of is there elements better than dragon? And I guess with Fatalis, no, there isn't an element better than dragon.
Okay, so... Okay, max weakness exploit done. What can I put in?
Where the fuck? Oh, there you are. There we go. Fuck you. Arrow, lockpick. I'll get this.
Okay, Challenger.
Can
I get Challenger with something else?
There we go. Alrighty. This way. Now comes the fun bit. Sprinting. Oh, hello, Dryad. Goodbye, Dryad. And with my recent sip of my custom potion, Coke Zero, I'm going to be able to run for a shit ton amount of time. The reason I'm doing this is so then that way I have an opportunity to... blah, 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 blah. I have the opportunity to increase my athleticism stat. And a little bit of my acrobatics when I do the running and jumping. Like, look at me go. Absolutely zipping through here. How do you do these shakes? Oh, so yeah, so two brands you can go for in Australia. OptiFast and OptiSlim. OptiFast has, like, both brands mix them and such. Yeah, so you just get a sachet. You get, like, a little sachet of powder. You mix it in with, like, 200 to 250 milliliters of water. Shake, and there you go. There's your shake. Chefs look at me with disgust when I tell them that I can make my drink fast and get my caloric needs faster than they can cook for themselves. They just stare at me, and they're just like, "What? That's not a full me." And I'm like, "I beg to differ." So yeah, I've already had my 3 today, and what's more is when it's gonna like transition over into like actually we've already transitioned out from midnight. We're now past 1 in the morning. I have been going for a nice 2 hours and 46 minutes right now, and I try and go for like a 4-hour affair with my streams. Although we don't know how effective I'm going to be with, like, low energies and what have you. Even after I drank a Pepsi Max and some tea this evening. Okay, that's the last of the Pepsi Max. Yay, my athleticism is at 63. Ooh, what the... Oh, never mind. I thought the Gate of Oblivion was like, I had to run through that, but never mind. Alright, so I'm trying to get up to... mountain over there. It's 9:33. Yeah, so I operate in Australia time. So Blue operates, I think, an hour behind me, and I'm operating like 10 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time, which is kind of cool. It means I'm in the future. But what sucks is that the times that are most often good for me to stream are not often a good time for Americans to watch me stream. So, if this was a normal Saturday, or if I wanted to stream on, like, my normal weekday time, it would be 6 p.m. for me. So we'd be going back 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We'd be going back 7 hours. So 7 hours ago, I would have started streaming and been going for, like, 3 or 4 hours. You do the math of, like, what that kind of wake up and, observing time that is for you, because I imagine that is not a convenient time for Americans to wake up and watch a himbo zebra play through video games like Elder Scrolls Oblivion because they'd never played it before. Jump. Dunk, dunk. There we go. Ah! Excuse me. I'm doing my best. Maybe the next thing I should... It's... Let's see. 17:35. Oh, 5:35 for Darth Killer, which means they're over in European time. I think that's what it means. Yeah, they're somewhere in Europe. If I only could, I'd make a deal with God. 2 avocados for $10. He says, that's not really good. And I say, yeah, but you're God. Meanwhile, Feltz is experiencing 11 in the morning. Oh, wow. I'm getting a good mix of people. So I got someone from France. I got someone from the States. I got someone from Australia in my VC right now. And rather than, having a reasonable waking up and sleeping hour, they are stuck in the middle of the night because they just got hit with the I can break this game kind of feels and are now trying to create the perfect build so then that way they do incredibly painful damage with, weird setup. Min-maxing. When you got in your model, did it work with Vignon right away? I have a weird hand issue. I take it you're using leap motion. Yeah, no, I'm using leap motion as well. Those kinds of questions, I'm going to be real with you, is going to be one of those, because I don't know how your model is made and what have you. It's going to be one of those, figure those things out yourself kind of stuff, I'm sorry to say. Especially when it comes to setup of your model in Vignon. So me, for instance, I had to... Okay, so I need to run up there. So me, for instance, I had to go and set some... I'll get a screenshot and present it on stream. Actually, I'll probably be able to present it on stream by changing the source and what have you. Give me a minute. I'm just running up this hill.
Zenoga Sky Emerald? Oh my god.
Oh, you're needing to get parts in Monster Hunter Worlds.
I'm gonna see if I could just meld them.
Jump. Jump. There we go. Bam. But yeah, fun fact, we should have had the same time zone as UK, but instead we have the same time zone as Germany, Italy, and Poland. This is from an ancient political rivalry between UK and France.
I know the risk. I was at Kavatch. But there is no other way. We have no choice.
The Countess will never agree to it.
Alright, so pause that. Let me show you something. Is this showing it? There we go. So, one of the things that I had, so unfortunately, this is how the Whatsamahuzi is made. So, one of the things I've done is I've had to do this. Now, I've had to make it so that when the left hand is detected, it does an adjustment to the bone in my my left thumb. So then that way, because normally it would be like, pressing forward or something like that. Isn't this pipe wire? It's how Vignon likes to do all their like cool little like node graphs and such like that. So yeah, I've had to do some rotational nonsense with my left and right thumbs, and then I just have it where it's being detected. If it's not detected, then it resets the rotation and all that kind of nonsense. Hang on. You're probably not having a really good time seeing this. So there we go. Look at this. Now you may be wondering, Grant, how did you figure that out? Trial and error. And what's more is this is trial and error that only really works with the model that I have. This isn't a clear-cut solution for everyone's model and what have you. The only things that are consistent with my model is something like, application start, ordered execution. I load in the avatar that I want, and then I do whatever kind of peripheral. Then I make it that when I load in an avatar, I set the camera that I want, and I call a trigger, such as, just setting the outfit to default or something like that. This is what it costs to make the Zeebs be a Zeebs. And this is, it's not perfect, but it's mine. All right, back into the game.
She will. She must.
Very well. The blades are, as always, at your disposal.
What do you need, friend?
Damn!
Here you are. You're back. And you've got the great stone.
I had a choice?
Yes, you did. I can't force you to do anything. I understand that. And I thank you.
Alright, here's the Wilkstone.
I never thought to see a great Welkin stone. As beautiful as all the old tales tell. But of course, its beauty is a mask for its deadly power. Like everything crafted by the aliens. Now, we need only one more item. And we'll be ready to open a portal to Manka Cameron's realm.
What is the last item we need? Hopefully it's just a transient shard, because I have plenty of those.
Should have seen it sooner. It's the counterpart to the Great Welkin Stone. Just as the first two were the opposed powers of the Daedra and the Divines. Welkin Stones contain the concentrated power of Mundus. Their counterparts are sigil stones, which are used to hold open Oblivion gates. A great sigil stone, then, is what we require.
Oh.
You're not going to like it. Joffrey doesn't like it. The Countess of Bruma certainly isn't going to like it. Great sigil stones are the anchors of great gates. The kind of gate the mythic Dawn opened at Kavatch. The kind of gate the mythic Dawn wants to open here to destroy Bruma. I said you weren't going to like it. The risk is great, I know. I was at Kavatch. I saw the terrible power of the Daedric siege engine. But we have no choice. The only way to recover the Amulet of Kings is to allow the Mythic Dawn to proceed with their plan to attack Bruma.
Good thing I got, allies put together to protect Bruma.
No.
Weakness exploit.
If I am to be Emperor, it's time I started acting like one.
It's too risky. I'll lead the battle.
When we first met in Kavatch, I told you that I didn't want any part of the God's plan. I still don't know if there is a divine plan, but I've come to realize that it doesn't matter. What matters is that we act, that we do what's right when confronted with evil. That's what you did at Kavatch. It wasn't the gods that saved us, it was you. Were you acting for the gods? I don't know. But now, it's my turn to act.
As you command.
I need your judgment, not your obedience. I explain myself to you so you understand me, and so you can explain to the Countess.
Oh my god.
I'm
Why
afraid
don't you?
she may take a bit more convincing than you.
I'll inform the Countess then.
Have her meet me in the Chapel of Talos for a council of war. That seems a fitting place to make such desperate plans.
Fun fact, arrow to the knee was used as a misnomer for bending the knee to a bride.
What is it? Martin has made his decision. The blades stand beside him.
Of course they do.
May your spirit guide us.
Hi there, Mizuki! Yeah, I'm having a wonderful time in Oblivion. We're going... So, let's see. I've gone for, like, the last, like, 2 hours and 57 minutes. Yeah, so we've given up a Daedric artifact. We've gotten, like, a, you know, artifact of the divine. We've gotten an Aelid Wilk stone. And now we need to get, like, a Great Sigil stone. And apparently the best way to do that is by letting the Mythic Dawn open up a portal at the Whatsamahoosies. So, hang on. Sip of Coke, no sugar, and then keep running. So, they're gonna open, like, a big gate at, Whatsamahoosie, at this place. So we need to go and convince the Countess that that needs to happen. So then that way, they open up the gates, we run in, we steal a Great Sigil Stone, and then we use that to get to whatever place that the, Whatsamahoossie is. Alright. And now I'm running. Countess! Countess!
Welcome back, my lord.
Greetings.
Hello.
From Cloud.
Diary?
The messenger's diary will make a nice companion to the Mad Stone in my
battle plans.
Desperate plan indeed. This prince?
You know what?
Emperor?
This should
My
work.
whole city to gain a great sigil stone?
It'll work for you. We must recover the amulet.
Is this the only way to stop this invasion from Oblivion?
Yes.
I must confess, you are the first person to speak of victory against these Daedra. This war has seemed hopeless to me.
Hi there, YY.
What else was there to do but hold
Feel
on
good
and
muscle
wait for
mega.
a
Oh yeah,
hero to arise to save us? And now it seems
Mizuki is very strong. You should go.
Hidden at Cloud
You should
Ruler
go check out Mizuki.
And perhaps
she's
a
big,
hero
she buff,
as well.
She's sexy. Darn it, the spacebar doesn't select the option.
You avoid answering my question.
What the frick?
Very well. Don't think I doubt you. The rulers of Bruma have long had dealings with Cloud Ruler Temple. We know whom they serve.
Grant Johnson.
I will meet Martin at the chapel. When all is ready,
Weird way.
I will order my men to stop closing the gates and prepare for battle.
All right.
Wait, if I go battles Zenoga, what's Zenoga weak to?
I don't know.
A pleasure to see you.
Do you think what happened to Kavatch could happen here?
Of course. Take care.
See you.
No, that's Bamboro time. No, that's not what I want.
Look at the muscles on
Take
you.
care. Please, by all means.
What's going on with you?
I saw some mud crabs.
Zenoga's weak to ice.
I steered clear of them.
Horrid beasts. I hate things.
Goodbye.
It goes
Weak to ice.
It goes YY. I just recently recovered like a great Wilkin stone or something like that. We're going through the main quest of Oblivion because earlier I was doing some silly side quests and what have you. So meanwhile, Blue is over in my VC. They're ready to min-max in Monster Hunter World. And I will be real with you, it's very tempting to join in with them to help. Although I'm not really good at Monster Hunter, so really they're just going to be dealing with me sitting on the sides and being like, "You're doing great, sweetie." Donk.
50% affinity with 420 elements, max crit eye, 6 levels of defense boost, agitator level 6, latent power 5.
Started a new work. People say it looks more like Silver Girl than Black and White. I think because it's a charcoal. I think because this is charcoal with shades of gray going off. Yeah, some people think it's silver rather than just a. Because you're trying to do like a sort of clair obscure kind of thing with like brightness and like, you know, abject darkness in the background.
To know when desperation is the path of wisdom. I will do everything in my power to defend your city, my lady.
If Bruma falls, the Empire falls with us. So be it.
It was a charcoal on sketch and now you cover with oil paint. Yep. I remember you talked about this in Discord. And then I appreciate that you've been sharing in the art channel. Although at some point I'm going to need to like start archiving more channels in my Discord. They're like, before anyone asks, no, I'm not having an invitation open for people to join in the Discord because it is a lot of work. Eric, like just trying to manage a Discord, and I just did not have the energies to do it. It's weird that I've had it open for like 3 years now, and like, you know, with the, yeah. So I'm making works. I'm putting in the process of archiving some channels, and then I'm gonna check in on other communities and see if they have existing invites that I can recommend to people in the general chat. And then by the end of August, the Discord's gonna get closed.
When you're ready for battle, the Countess will order her man to...
I am getting scammed, Zeebs.
Why are you getting scammed, Blue?
I ordered a meal of all alcohol, and there was no alcohol.
Listen to this Australian complain about...
Just completely scammed. I ordered all alcohol, no alcohol. I was just given meat, bread, everything else but alcohol.
Why closed? Okay, so it was a whole, like, there's just a number of things. Number one, it's a community Discord that, like, that I wasn't really managing all that well, and while there were people coming into the Discord, a lot of them didn't interact in it whatsoever. There's only, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 people at best, and like, you know, there's just the auto post of like, hey, this person is streaming right now, despite the fact it had like 200 people. Like, nearly no one was communicating it and what have you. So, and with me being introverted as fuck, I was not exactly a suitable person for hosting this Discord server to try and encourage people to chat, because I'm not chatting in the Discord server, and like, I didn't better stuff. Yeah, so overall, it's one of those things of like, I just don't have the energy to try and put, you know, effort towards the Discord server, and I would much rather close it down or put it into, like, you know, administration or whatever it is. So, yeah, if you're already in that Discord, at some point, I'm probably going to start, there's going to be channels getting archived. I'll then have a what's-a-mahoozy of like, hey, you should go check. If you like this stuff, go to this Discord server. If you like this stuff, go to this one, and da-da-da-da-da. And then at some point, either close the server entirely or just kick everyone but the moderators and myself out for whatever reason. And then if I'm the only one left in there at the end, then yeah, it gets closed.
As a young man, I grew impatient with Mages Guild restrictions, as did many of my fellow apprentices. We threw ourselves into the riddles of Daedric.
I don't care. I don't care. Battle plan.
Must allow the Mythic Dawn to proceed with their plan to open 3 lesser gates outside Bruma. According to the plans you captured from those spies,
I am suffering a great problem.
What is the great problem?
I have to unlearn wild controls.
Siege machine to blast the walls of Bruma.
I remember I had to do that for myself as well when I played Monster Hunter World a couple weeks ago on stream.
You'll have to act swiftly.
We get the Clutch Claw, which is nice, but we do not have Focus Strikes, which is unfortunate.
When you're ready for battle, the counter...
Ah, okay.
I'm ready for battle when you are.
Let the battle begin.
Bruma's fate is in the hands of the gods now. And yours. Bird, deploy the troops for battle.
As you command, Countess.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, and also none of this what is it? Picking up items from range?
Yeah, that's a shame. Although, to be fair, you don't really put a lot of work into, you know, doing... Like, from what I've heard from Jack, you do not go out and gather stuff. Like, you're not me, where with my loot goblin, like, oh, let me just run over here and grab some stuff here. Cyrodiil...
Well, the thing is...
Kavatch...
I gather it when I need it.
I look forward to fighting these Daedra side by side with the hero of Kavatch. I can't believe it. The Grey Prince has been beaten. There's a new arena grand champion now. Someone called Dragonheart.
That's me. I'm Dragonheart.
Be seeing you.
Oh, okay, so I need to run over here. Never mind. I've arrived at the find one. Once all three are open, we'll open a great gate, which I must enter and retrieve its great sigil. Okay, so there's one. Do I literally just wait for them to spawn, or...? Come on. Alright, let's see what happens when I wait an hour. I've arrived. I must protect Martin until the Great Gate opens. Oh, goddamn you.
Soldiers of Cyrodiil, the Empire will stand or fall by what we do here today. Will we let the Daedra do to Bruma what they did to Kavatch? Will we let them burn our homes? Will we let them kill our families? No! We make our stand here today.
Yep, okay, so the build I'm trying to do works. I now have 100% affinity.
Hold fast until the hero of Kavatch can destroy their great gate. We must kill whatever comes out of that gate. Soldiers of Cyrodiil, do you stand with me?
I've got that one.
Oh, it's... Oh, the game is having a bit of a moment. Thank you for the ebony heart.
I've got that
Never mind. Raid! Hello there, Ice Booth. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. Ooh, Daedric stuff, actually. I'll pick up the Daedric. I go through a variety of... I'm a variety himbo streamer. I will be moving towards a focus of older games or remasters of older games that I have not had the opportunity of playing in my childhood because I was a boring kid back then. And this is one of many. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Hey, I've seen you in Krax's server. Thought I'd stop by. cracks.
Not on this day.
I honestly do not know who you're talking about. I am honestly having a gap in my brain about this. Joffrey! Shit! Didn't realize that happened to him. Fuck.
I've got that one.
But yeah, look at this. Like, the game doesn't exactly know how to deal with all of these people. Oh. And then there's Barris. That's a shame. Now, the real question is, would they... Thank you so much, Pup Neko, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Big Circle. Ah, okay. Yes, no, now it rings a bell. Didn't know their name was Cracks. Okay, come on. Ooh, shit. I accidentally moved something. The Great Gate has opened. I must end it at once and get its great sigil before the Bruma defenses are overwhelmed. Okay, here we go. In we go. Dragon Rider just lurking. Not to worry. Thank you so much for lurking. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you had a wonderful time in Vivid Stasis, by the by, Ice Booth. If you need to disconnect, unwind, and all that kind of such, I totally understand. I will do my best to keep the viewers that are here occupied. Yeah, I accidentally moved the screen. That was my bad, because this game is in, it's just in borderless full screen, and sometimes the mouse will decide to just, you know, go elsewhere. Alrighty, so... I'm gonna be real. I'm probably just gonna run across the, whatsamacoozies. This is probably... Just observe as I just decide to avoid all the nonsense and just run. Alright, so we need to get to that. Yunk. There we go. Into the whatsamahoozy we go. Swim lava. I wasn't exactly swimming, I was just jumping over it, okay? Entirely different. Sigil keep? Okay.
Join my trophy.
Oh, come on. Come on. Go. Ding dong. Ring of... Ooh! Okay, that Ring of Vitality, I am absolutely gonna wear that, because holy shit, that is gonna be so useful. Let's get rid of this. You cannot change weapons while attacking. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright, so unequip this and put in Ring of Vitality. Is this the one? Yes, it is. Disease, poison, and paralysis 100% resisted. I was worried I was gonna have to, you know, try and... you cannot do this while enemies are nearby. Oh, for fuck's sake. Growth Spurt, Macro, Giantess, Kaiju, Biggest, Pushes, Dragon. Damn it, I still can't. I need to kill some enemies and then I'll be able to repair my gear. 12 minutes to close the grate. Oh my god, there's a timer to this game? What in the world? Didn't realize that was a thing. Why is there ding, dong, bam. Damn it, cannot while enemies are nearby. Are you kidding me? How many more enemies are there? Where are they? What the? Hello? How do I get out of here? Oh, that's why. Cannot while enemies are nearby. Oh. Here's another door. 11 minutes? It has not been 4 minutes. What is this game on about? God damn you.
You better hurry.
Yeah, I'm hurrying now. Jesus.
I am also hurrying because I have to hunt the Zenoga in what is it? 20 minutes, and I am in an awkward position.
Sigil key. There we go. Tiny Emerald Crow and Magic... Oh, okay. King Cinder is doing some RPing in my chat or something like that, I think. Don't... Come on. Running. Apparel is broken. Okay, cool. So I do not have the time to face you. Let me just pick up the Sigil Stone. That will close the Great Oblivion Gate. There we go. Great Sigil Stone has been added. Did it. Unfortunately, the Blades characters, Joffrey and Bar Whatsamahuzi, are dead, which is a real shame.
Look out.
So I've saved that there. And yeah, the autosaves have gone over, so yeah, they're just dead. Where are they? I've reached the gate and closed the gate. The battle is now. Must give the thingamajiggy to Westminster. So yeah, so you're dead. Varus is dead. Thank you for the round of applause, but it was...
We won a great victory here today. We now have the means to recover the Amulet of Kings from Manca Cameron. But we need to act quickly. Cameron will not take long to recognize his danger. Remember, the portal closes behind you. I'll have the ritual ready in the Great Hall. The only way to close all the Oblivion... Our only hope is to recover the... I have everything necessary for the ritual to use the Xerxes. Remember, the portal...
Alright, cool.
Farewell, my friend.
Awesome. I am going to go to... I'm gonna go to Battlehorn, drop off my stuff. I should have saved, like, just before the fight or something like that. Like, nah, I'll just live with it. I'll just live with the fact that 2 Blades characters that I barely, you know, talk to. The 2 Blades people I barely talk to are dead. Would have been nice for at least one of them to be alive after all this. But, yeah. Alright. Dunk. Alright. Also, I'll need to review, like, the... Alrighty, so... Daedric, boots. Let's see, so you're... Actually, let me just do this. So, Daedric Cuirass is 23, you're 19. Okay, so Daedric armor is the better armor. So if I... So we got boots, cuirass, and greaves.
You have the hands of a healer.
Yeah, I know. Daedric boots, Daedric cuirass, Daedric gauntlets. Do I really not have pants? Is that the one thing I'm missing? Greaves. Oh wait, gauntlets. Hang on a second. And then the Daedric shield. Alright, and then I can put... So the shield does 22. Alright, so let me put you away. So you're doing fortified block. You're just a random ebony ring. Keep the mundane stuff. And then
Oh no, not this thing again.
problems.
Oh, I actually have to wait the full minute before I can go back to the gathering hub. After finishing the quest.
It doesn't allow you to like skip it.
Nope, you just gotta wait, and you're like, oh. My slice, my freaking life features are gone.
Shame. What a shame. Okay, so the Daedric Shield I can buff. Alright, so
Oh,
now...
good, I got the thing I needed.
23 and 23. Okay, so... Daedric Shield, and then Daedric Gauntlets. So the only thing I'm missing is the helmet. Although, to be real with you, I could probably just put the helmet that I have away. Nah, actually. Alright, so now comes the next question. So the mace is 24, the warhammer is that. Mishra's cleaver. Ooh, disintegrate on thingy. Yep, I'll keep that then. Northwind does thingy. Can't get rid of the blade of woe. Alright. So waste 20, 17, and 16. Yeah, let's do a disintegrate armor. That should be good. Keep the Daedric bow. Resist poisons. That's a weak thing now. Alright, alright. No, can't put any of you away. Alright, through here. Oh, wait, you know what I should have done? I should have gone to my bed. Although I will be real with you, I kind of also want to do a really quick bathroom break. Yeah.
May the wind be on your...
Ding. 1 hour's sleep. Alright. I am gonna go for that bathroom break before I pick my thingamadiggy, so... Ding, dong, habam. 30-second break as I go for a piss. BRB. Oh! Okay, maybe... what if I do it... What if I do it from here? No, you do it. You do it. You do it.
Oh my goodness, I'm in charge of the chat now.
The game is rigged.
Yeah, this is my stream.
Says, but he's not even sharing what he's playing. It's annoying as how sometimes it'll just spin right into that center.
What to do? What to do?
Let's see.
Well, how we doing, chat? How we all doing? I am just here vibing. Just trying to sort myself out before something goes wrong here.
It only took so much precious time, but we did it, chat! We're winners!
We're only so bankrupt.
And I get it. We all rely on other people. It's hard to keep
And
going
you know what?
without someone
Things
loving
are
you,
okay.
supporting you, pushing
Hello.
you onwards.
Freaking. Why is everyone calling me cutie?
Maybe I need to repeat this to chat. Chat. We all rely on other people. It's hard to keep going without someone
I swear that every time I show up,
supporting you,
everyone just calls me
pushing you
cute for some
onwards.
reason. It's not in the name.
Say what you're going to say.
What are you
Would you prefer cutie icy?
Blue
I don't
Foxy
have.
blue Foxy Cutie Icy. It says it right there.
No, it's. I don't. Freaking. You're the one who nicknamed me.
You do know you can set your own nicknames, right?
Yes.
And yet you haven't changed it.
I will change it.
Will you now?
I'm just here attracting all of the ice-based individuals.
Cool. Awesome.
Well,
Also,
time for me to test out something and hope it works.
Best of luck.
Let's see. Do I want elemental resist or do I want safeguard?
Sorry, I just read Ice Booth's most recent message. That is deplorable. Complaining about being cute. Sounds like a bottom issue.
I will abuse mod privileges.
Oh yeah, no, Blue is a, I don't know how I made Blue my moderator here. It happened one time and never turning it off and such, but Blue is a veteran moderator.
It's the grand champion. I can't believe it's you standing.
Okay, I decided to go for the elemental resistance.
Frostcrag. I'm going over to Frostcrag to do some thingamadiggy. Actually, I should try and make a custom spell. It's the Zeebs. Noetic! Hi! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! Hopefully you're doing alright. Good morning. Good. I think it's the morning for you, isn't it? Awa. I need to put Noetic Chasm into the Whatsamahoozy list. Hang on a second. Let me get to my streamer bot real quick. I need to add you to a particular list. You're in a quote-unquote list.
I need my dash juice.
It's the afternoon. Oh, is it the afternoon now? Wait, are you're US or are you like a different time zone entirely and I've been getting it wrong all these years? Alrighty. Bone meal thingy, dong. Ectoplasm. I need to remember to keep the troll fat, because that's what they wanted. Actually, ogre's teeth. I don't know if they chameleon, healing, rat, scales, and then tiger lily, tomato, viper. There we go, and then I can put all the extra potions I have away. Oh yeah, I have a lot of Coke no sugar because I made myself a lot of potions. Dink, donk. Nope, here. Alrighty. I can't believe I'm on Zeeb's hit list. You're not on a hit list. You're just gonna be on a list where, like, I'm intending to create an action in the future where, you know, those sitcoms, like the earlier sitcoms that were like, you know, the celebrity walks in, like you're watching Friends or something like that, and they're talking about like, oh, you know, Ross's old friend is coming over for Thanksgiving or something like that, and they used to go to high school together, so Rachel is familiar with him, and they're like, oh, he's lost her wife, and it's like, oh, that's amazing. And then, you know, they open the door, and lo and behold, it's Brad Pitt, and then the crowd is just going absolutely insane, clapping and such like that. I'm basically going to try and make that an action, so that there's like there's a few peeps who come in, and it's like, after their first word, that happens. Oh, you're no longer in armor now?
Everything in place for the ritual. I'll open
no soup for you. Come back 1 year.
I don't know what you'll find in Cameron's paradise. I do know the portal I create through the Mysterium.
Alright, I'm about to solo Fatalis.
You'll have to find an... I believe that Manka...
Best of luck with soloing Fatalis.
Just as a sigil stone anchors an Oblivion gate.
Oh, I forgot the handle. Was annoying.
Manka Cameron, and you will unmake his paradise. Shall I open the portal to...
Yes, I am ready.
Farewell, my friend. Our fate is in your hands.
Yeah.
Bring back the Amulet of Kings. Brace yourself.
Will do. Don't you worry. He looked cool in the armor.
I remember when Fatalis was first released.
I don't.
Everyone was racing to fight it, and let's just say casualties were high.
Yeah, because isn't he like the man that ends everything?
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares here, of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future.
Interesting that this is how they decide to make it. Anyway, who are you?
You? How can you be here? No matter. You are too late to stop Lord Dagon's victory. Soon.
I've just gone full focus mode because of what I'm dealing with right now.
While you will remain. Gaia Alata is the master's name for this place. We usually just call it Paradise. This is the Savage Garden. At the top of that mountain lies the Terrace of
Oh, okay, cool. Looks like it's going to be another one of those Oblivion things where I am going to ignore everything and run to a mountain.
The only way out of the Savage Garden.
That's what I recommend. Ignore it.
Yeah, I'm just going to run to the mountain and jump really high.
Here in Gaia Alata, we are immortal and wait to return to Tamriel.
Cool.
The Forbidden Grotto is those who earn the Master's favor are given the bands of the Chosen and allowed to leave the garden. Those favored by the Master to wear the band. The Master will soon deal with you.
Cool. All right. Just keep running. Alright, so Blue is in focus mode with Fatalis. We're probably going to hear weird noises from them at some point.
My disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel Reborn. If you are truly the hero of destiny, as I hope, the garden...
What do you want, mortal?
Oh,
the Master will soon deal with you.
Lift your eyes to Cain.
Oh man, I'm rusty. I am really rusty.
You got carded?
I got carded because I'm like, dang, I need to unlearn these controls.
Shame.
I also gotta remember, I have access to one of the most broken mantles in the game.
One of my people, almost. I'm glad I did not kill you immediately.
What do you want?
There is but one way out of the garden. I guard that path, but you shamed my kin at Ganona to bring you into my service. So I offer you a choice.
I choose battle.
Your mind follows the simple path. You will fail, mortal.
Nice try, dude. You did your best. Bands of the Chosen. Daedric Heart, Purging Flame, Clumsiness, and Magicka. Cool. Good for you.
How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of Oblivion since the first morning.
Oh, heck, you're a bird on the stream. Yeah, it was during advertisement. There'll just be like a little thingy.
And the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridian, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala, and...
This guy talks so much.
Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorcon, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals.
Cool. Don't care. Excuse me. Coming through. Don't mind me as I...
Yes, you understand now.
Cookie for Noetic! Oh, Cookie went away. Sorry, I didn't give it to you fast enough. Bands of the Chosen. Glow red as they lock around your wrist. Emit a red glow and the door opens. Nice. Fine, here's your cookie. Look, Cookie. Cookie. Here you go, Noetic Chasm. It's your cookie. I have entered the... Now to find my way... Where... Okay, cool.
Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of Oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed.
by... You wear the bands, but you're no prisoner. Who are you?
I'm here to kill Mankar.
Can you really do it? Can you bring this eternal nightmare to an end? Can you defeat Mankar Cameron and free all the souls of the poor... Listen, I can help you. You need my help if you are ever to leave the Forbidden Grotto.
Who are you?
I was one of Mankar Cameron's chief lieutenants. I helped plan the Emperor's assassination. I opened the Great Gate at Kavatch. We were the chosen. We saw more clearly than ordinary mortals.
Hopefully you're having a wonderful afternoon, Noetic. I am... Right now I'm streaming at, like, late hours for me, and I'm doing this on a calorie deficit, so my energies for yapping are very low.
As an equal.
So I had some good yaps, like, earlier in the stream, but now it's, like...
We took them by surprise.
Yeah.
And we carried the walls in the first assault. But they fought on anyway. Desperately. They seemed to think this decadent, mundane world of theirs was worth defending. I was slain after the battle was over.
Yep. Yeah, Sleepy Zeebs. Exactly. Sleepy. But I shall do my best. The show must go on!
Although I have no doubt they were immediately killed by my companions. I've had plenty of time to ponder for my weakness. The Master sent me here.
How can you help me?
No one wearing the bands of the Chosen can leave this grotto. I can remove them, but I will need time. The Dremora Overseer will be here just act like a prisoner, and do as I say.
Fine, I'll play along.
Follow me.
Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands.
What's going on here? Who's this?
A prisoner, sent in by...
You're doing good, just have some errors and just chilling now? Chilling is good.
Unless you want to end up in the cages with them.
Yes, Kinreeve, sir. This prisoner was sent in by Kavatch for questioning. I was about to begin.
This is not one of Mankar Cameron's chattels from the garden. Who is he?
Nothing escapes your vigilance, Kinreeve. Kavatch wondered as well. This is why he sent him for questioning.
Well, carry on.
Of course, Kinreeve. Prisoner, into the cage, now.
I imagine this is how I die. But yeah, stuff that I was talking about. Oh yeah, I have notes. I could like
notes about what?
Talking points. So let's see. Uniqlo socks from Blue Foxy Nicey IC. Bonds sleepwear. New clothes would be nice. Oh yeah, that. So I've been losing weight. Actually, no, I already talked about, you know, the desire for new clothes as I'm losing weight and such like that, and I need to add some of them to Throne.
There's no way for me to cross, but the Master's immortality does have its uses. I will distract
should continue searching for a way through the caves. Cool. Awesome. This way? Hopefully this is the right way. If it's not, this is going to be a bit of a problem. Although it will be funny if I just end up back around. Oh, here we go.
The pain redeems me.
You're a perilous. Ah, god dang you. Alright. Burn! There we go. Hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so the things that I would like to have like new clothes wise, like I've already got like enough shirts, quite frankly, at medium size. What I need next is hello.
Look out!
Oh, come on. But yeah, so like Bond has like, you know, underwear and what have you. I don't care for the underwear. I already have a brand of underwear that I like going to, step one, for their designs and what have you. I'll also need to go for oh my god, die, you fucker. Never mind, you fall to your death. But yeah, so At one point, I would... Brain, you can do this. At one point, I want to get new Bond sleepwear, because the pants that I have are 2XL. The shirt I have is 2XL as well. Like, they're all really big. Oop. Ascended Immortal, don't care about you. Dink. The bands emit and the door opens. Cool, awesome. But yeah, Brain, come on. The pajama bottoms, at some point I'm going to need to... Oh, you're alive. Oh, wait, no, hang on, I have to deal with...
Down with this false paradise!
Cool. Strong potion of dispelling. Oh, there's all these guys. Oh, they've all come in. Okay, never mind. Never the fuck mind. Is he gonna die, or is he just gonna fall unconscious?
Die, damn you!
Show me what you've got. Wait, hang on. Magic, touch, not absorb. Protect other, superior mana drain. Maybe it's protect other. Protect other for now. Fireball. I have so many spells that are not useful at all. Superior, Chauve, something or other. Let's go with that. Well, he's dead again. Maybe he's just knocked unconscious this time around, though. Nope, he's dead. Shame about that. Maybe he'll come back alive. Who knows? Oh, ow. Nope, that's lava. Can't swim through that. Avoid all use. What in the world? Other... Oh, okay, here's the platform. Cool.
Stay away.
Thank you so much for the follow, Smell. Do I have to say it?
Yes.
Oh my god. Thank you for the Thank you for the follow, Smell Dabussy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful time. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Going through games that I am very much desiring to go through that I have not had the opportunity to do in the past. How is your morning, afternoon, night going? Transmorphication. Big potion of sorcery. Alright, let me just get rid of you. Go. Feet. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Alright. Where's the door? Where's the next way out? Oh, there we go. This way. The bands glow with a fierce as you attempt to open the door. Oh, so I can't... Are locked around your wrists and will not come off. It says that, but then I was able to take them off with no problem, so... Who's laughing now? Alright, Daedric Gauntlets. Thank you very much. Oh, I have not seen these before. Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom, Mana Bloom. Dong, dong, dong. Interesting. Alright, who the fuck is you?
You did not expect to see me again, did you?
I don't even know who that is.
Power that my father has at his command. You think you can stop us? Soon Mehrunes Dagon will walk upon Tamriel for the first time since the Mythic Age, and our victory will be... Come. My father...
I hope she understands just how powerful I am. Cake.
I have waited a long time for you.
Didn't even wait for him.
Tamriel.
Not even bothering. Like, let me just...
Dagon will walk Tamriel again.
You cannot stop Lord Dagon!
I will present your soul
You
to my
cannot stop
strength
Lord
against
Dagon!
Oh, Tamriel still has some...
Father will...
Grab all of that.
Strength!
Cool. All this is now going to be destroyed because he didn't trust the fact that I would just, you know, take all of his fun nonsense. Oh, cool. I was worried that the game crashed because it just, like, the music stopped and such. I have killed Mankar Kamora, and upon his death, the paradise he has created dissolved around me, and I found myself back in Cloud Ruler Temple with the Amulet of Kings in my hand. I must give the amulet to Martin. Martin!
You found a way back. Does this mean...
Hello there, Arya. Mankar Cameron is dead.
You defeated him. Then you have it. You have the Amulet of Kings.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Here, the amulet belongs to you.
The Amulet of Kings. So you and Joffrey have said. If it is true, if the Emperor really was my father, then I should be able to wear it. Only those...
I managed to get to second phase.
There's phases?
Fatalis has 3 phases.
Oh my god.
Yes, of course. What am I waiting for? After all, this is my destiny. And no man can deny his destiny.
See? You are Uriel's son.
I didn't really need the amulet to tell me that. I've known it was true since you first told me back in Kavatch. But it is one thing to talk of becoming Emperor, and quite another.
Oh, yes! Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is not playing Oblivion Remastered right now. Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is playing Monster Hunter World. Not Wilds, World. Because, you know, I don't know. Wilds is available, but yeah.
Not yet. Until we light the dragonfires, the gates are open. And
oh my goodness. I need... Oh, I have to do this.
I sent a
This is
messenger to
annoying.
Chancellor Rakato. He waits for us in the Imperial City. Chancellor Rakato is the head of the Elder... I don't expect any objections from the Elder Council. Let's go to the Imperial City at once, before the enemy can recover from...
Alright, cool.
Alright. Time to do the thing that I don't like doing.
Plugging your channel?
No. It's going back to the Guiding Lands.
Oh, that's right. I need to also work on the Guiding Lands if I ever want to get Monster Hunter World done.
Oh my god! I luckily I've already set up my Guiding Lands.
Marijuana, boom, 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 boom.
But I'm just like, I need this weapon to have the life leech on it so badly.
Mm-hmm. You was waiting for that fall to kill me? Au contraire, my good friend. I have Coke no sugar in me to keep my vitality going and healing me slowly. I have all the power I need. I have super high athleticism and my acrobatics is slowly increasing. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. How was Final Fantasy? Did you do more Final Fantasy 14? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I'm not even waiting for Sean Bean behind me. I'm just running straight to the Imperial City. Look at me go. Just running as the crow flies.
Imagine being able to eat as much as our hunters do.
I don't need to imagine. Have you not heard me tell you I've eaten like 2 double quarter pounder meals with extra patties and cheese with 20 McNuggets and a hot fudge sundae?
That's nothing compared to what the hunters eat.
Ah.
But then again, due to the logic of the humans in the Monster Hunter universe, they are way stronger than us.
That is
physically.
True. That is true.
So
They're somehow like just super.
I do know that if they actually punched you, you would probably break a few ribs just from a normal punch.
I had to really quickly drink some Coke No Sugars because I think I was gonna die if I didn't quickly guzzle that down. You got the bells down to 1.3%, and we cleared next week, hopefully. Nice! I'm guessing you, like, every time you've been going against this, Fates rewritten Ultimate, you've been figuring out the mechanics more and more.
Okay, where is that Ruina No Gigante?
Stop! You violated the law.
I'm sorry, what?
Fine, or serve your sentence. Here's the procedure. We go to the castle. First, we search you, confiscate any stolen goods, then you pay your fine.
I'm sorry. I just, like, rocked up to the Imperial and they're like, you have broken the law. That's a murder charge with that fine? I do not recall.
When did you murder somebody?
Apparently in the Imperium.
Lead on, my friend.
Apparently, in Elder Scrolls, they instantly know who did what and who did it.
Completely just hit me blindside. Just like real cops. Oh, Jesus. They took one, looked at me, and they were like, I don't like this man's stripes. You there, you have violated the law. Alright, give me a second. I don't know what I could have stolen, like... Also, I'm just gonna double check. Do I have the ring that I wanted to wear? So, the base necklet of the sea... Okay, so maybe... Oh wait, no, hang on. Let me keep What's-Mahoozy's robes. They're worth a lot of money. Then we get the Monday ring, and then... Thing, and then... Do not caps lock. Alright, moving on.
Chancellor Okato is expected.
Cool. Thank you for the self-care, Big DJ. Stretching. There we go. Alrighty then.
Welcome to the Imperial Palace.
Everything is ready for Martin's...
We have arrived in the Elder Council chambers. I must formally present Martin's claim to Chancellor Okato, the head of the council.
I've been expecting you. The full council has already considered the matter of Martin's claim to the Imperial throne in detail.
Did they now?
Martin Septim, on behalf of the Elder Council, I accept your claim to the Imperial throne.
Chancellor Okato, the city is under attack. Oblivion gates have opened and Daedra are inside the walls.
Damn it.
The guard is overwhelmed.
We don't get a minute.
We have an emperor again. Your Highness, what are your orders? Shall the guard fall back to the palace?
No. If we let ourselves get besieged in the palace, we're doomed. We must get to the Temple of the One immediately.
As you command, sire. Guards, form up and protect the Emperor. To the Temple of the One.
Alright, we must escort Martin. Oh shit, already?
We must get to the temple. Drive it back.
Longsword and longswords. Okay, so no helmets. Darn. I eat France, fire, and fish good. Nice. I have no idea what that means, King's Insider. Oh, that was not my intention. Oh, he's unconscious? The messenger is dead. Oh wait, hang on a second. Let me just... Fuck it. We're not fighting all these guys. Let's just run off and get to the Temple of the One. He'll probably follow us right behind. Accidentally bonk the Chancellor. Look, accidents happen, okay? Alright, let me just ignore all this. The barriers between have been destroyed. Our only hope now is to somehow defeat and cast him back into Oblivion. Perhaps Barton will know... Oh, there he is right over there. Oh, shit.
We're too late. Mehrunes Dagon is here. Lighting the dragon fires will no longer save us. The barriers that protected us from Oblivion are gone.
Oh, that's not great. Can we cast him back?
Mortal weapons may hurt him, but now that he is physically here in Tamriel, they have no power to actually destroy him.
What about the Amulet of Kings?
The amulet was given to mortals by Akatosh. It contains his divine power. But how to use this power against Dagon? The amulet was not intended as a weapon. I have an idea. One last hope.
Can't arrest you for it. Yeah, no, we're in the middle of war. But he said it was no use.
You'll just have to trust me. I know now what I was born to do, but I'll need your help. I have to get past Mehrunes Dagon somehow.
I'll get you to the temple.
The rest. Lead on.
Follow me. Alright. Excuse me. Oh, he's unconscious again. Never mind. The Chancellor's unconscious again. Alrighty. Martin and I are inside the Temple of the One. I must get to Martin, or all hope is lost. What's your trick, Martin?
I do what I must do. I cannot stay to rebuild Tamriel. That task falls to others.
Oh no.
You've been a good friend in the short time that I've known you, but now I must.
I've barely kept a friendship with you. Isn't this the story mentioned in Elder Scrolls Online? Oh. What the fuck is going on here? This feels like a cinematic moment. Oh, shit! That is awesome. Damn!
The amulet is shattered. Dagon.
That was cool! Although I didn't get to do shit!
Blood and the amulet of kings. We have sealed the gates of Oblivion. Forever.
Okay, that's cool. I was about to ask, like, now that he's dead,
passes now into
like, there's no more septums.
I go gladly, for I know my sacrifice is not...
Sir Sad Love.
I take my place with my father, and my father's fathers.
So yeah, now there's like no one in the proper septum line.
Has ended, and a new age dawns. When the next Elder Scroll is written, you shall be its scribe. The shape of the future, the fate of the Empire, These things now belong to you.
Cool. You couldn't have picked a worse person. Martin has shattered the Amulet of Kings and transformed himself into an avatar of Akatosh, the dragon god of time. In dragon form, he banished Mehrunes Dagon to Oblivion and ended the Oblivion Crisis and then vanished. Whether he is dead or has ascended to join his ancestor Tiber Septim, nobody knows. Oh, cool.
What happened? Where's Martin? I must congratulate him. Mehrunes Dagon is defeated. Cast back into Oblivion. We've won!
Martin is gone.
What do you mean, gone? We saw the temple dome explode. The avatar of Akatosh appear. That was Martin?
Yes. He shattered the amulet.
Joined blood of kings and gods. The amulet of kings. The divine power of Akatosh.
And Martin's blood, too.
Martin is gone.
But the gates are sealed.
Sealed forever. Mehrunes Dagon and his ilk can never threaten Tamriel again. Martin is dead, but he died an emperor and a hero to rival Tiber Septim.
What about the Empire?
This victory is not without cost. We've lost Martin Septim. What an emperor he might have made. His sacrifice was necessary, but it leaves the Empire without an emperor. I don't know what happens now. There are troubled times ahead for the Empire. But now is not the time to...
They're probably just gonna, you know, find a illegitimate heir and be like, oh, hey, never mind, there's, you know, this thingamadoogie.
In my capacity as Lord High Chancellor of the Elder Council, I hereby proclaim you Champion of Cyrodiil.
Nice.
And as a small token of gratitude for your service to the Empire, I have ordered a suit of Imperial Dragon armor made for you.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice.
You have earned the highest rank possible in the Order of the Dragon, the illustrious Order of Imperial Knights, founded by Tiber Septim himself. It is a high honor. We are now the stewards of the Empire. We can hold the Empire together in the short term. But to be honest, I don't know what will happen. The provinces have been restive for years, even before the latest crisis. With no legitimate claimant for the Dragon Throne, troubled times lie ahead. Imperial Dragon armor is normally worn... Oh, I know he's gone. As the Chancellor of the Elder Council. The dragon will stand forever as a memorial to what you and Martin did for all of Tamriel.
Cool. Is that it? It's kind of cool, but, you know. Let me just press the F6. Imperial Dragon Armor. Chancellor has ordered a suit of Imperial Dragon Armor forged for me in gratitude. I render to the... It will be waiting for me at the armory in the Imperial Legion compound in 2 weeks. In the where? 2 weeks? God damn it, that's gonna take forever. I'm just gonna... Is there any... around here? Hello?
When I saw the fiery clouds and the day... I can't get over the dragon statue in the temple ruins. Be seeing you.
Man. And what's more is, like, most of the blades are gone. Like, this is gonna be a... No wonder Skyrim rebelled in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. All kinds of shit went down. And, like, you know, years before they had their problems. And from the sounds of it, the Empire is in the brink of, like, just breaking apart at this point. If, you know, they're, you know, so headstrong on, hey, we need an emperor to lead a nation collectively. Like, that's kind of crazy.
Can't believe it's over. That giant demon, the dragon, what happened?
Pardon me. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I was sent to ask for your help.
And you are...
I'm Rolsa Norvalo, My husband, Gillen, has requested that I find you and ask if you'd assist him.
How can I help?
I wouldn't approach a total stranger like this.
Continue.
Gillen always tends to exaggerate, but in this case, he sounded earnest, which worries me a bit. He said to tell you that the matter he needs help with is of the utmost importance to the citizens of the Imperial City. You're to meet him at Sirador's house, which is located in the Temple District. He said all will be explained when you get there. That's all he told me to say.
All right, I'll go.
I'm sure he'll be pleased. I must go now. Good day to you.
Order of the Virtuous Blood. Oh, okay. It's a silly side quest. I thought it would be like a, you know, a main thingy-madiggies. But yeah. I'm guessing that's Elder Scrolls Oblivion for all intents and purposes. There isn't like... Yep, no, so not there. It wants me entering in from here. But yeah, have you gone through Elder Scrolls Oblivion before?
Surprisingly, I actually have not played any Elder Scrolls game except Skyrim.
Oh, you're just like me! Except now, because now I'm, you know, one other Elder Scrolls game ahead of you. Because I used to only have played Elder Scrolls Skyrim, and now I've got 2 Elder Scrolls games under my belt. Elder Scrolls Oblivion and Elder Scrolls Skyrim.
The thing is with the Elder Scrolls games, I didn't have the same thing which a lot of people have played through. You know, everyone's played through like the Fallout games and all that.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with Bethesda. I am sadly what you call a Nintendo fanboy.
You say that, but I know that you're totally relishing over the fact that you're able to have all your different Mario Party games and go through them like an absolute wizard.
Yeah, but you mostly see me play Nintendo anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But no, so the way I've grown up with video games and what have you is, like, technically speaking, I did, but is Remaster and the original the same game? Okay, yes. In the blah 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 blah. In the, like, I understood this sort of thing in Majiggy when they're talking about Elder Scrolls Remastered, is that this is a remastered. It's not a remake. So with the remaster, the base game, like the mechanics, the underlining AI and all that kind of nonsense, that has stayed the exact same. What they've done is they've taken all the graphical nonsense over top, so the stuff that we identify, so, you know, textures, lighting, shadows, reflections, water, yada yada, those have all been given an update. So, like, playing this game is very much you're playing Elder Scrolls Oblivion like back when it was on the Xbox 360. There's only a few things that are different. For instance, apparently the leveling up system, instead of it being a case of, oh, you need to level up minor skills in order to get some skill points that you can apply when you do a level up with the major skills, instead of that, you now have, like, you know, whatever skills you level up, you then get 10 points during a level up. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is they introduced a sprint button and a spell called Clairvoyance, so you could see where you needed to go next for a quest. So overall, like, the way, this is how I would like remasters to go, is that there would be a reasonable amount of graphical fidelity, so then that way you're still playing, like, sort of the original, like, sort of feel of the game, but you're not given, like, a cognitive dissonance about, like, you know, how jank everything looks.
But hey, if it means that all the glitches and exploits are still in there, go nuts.
It does.
Because I do know that Elder Scrolls Oblivion is so buggy and glitchy that you can easily beat the game at the very beginning.
Yes, it is. Like, I'm not 100% familiar on the actual process, but I know, there are people who have, you know, done the setup to do so. But yeah, like, this was a game that I probably should have been something that I've played on the Xbox, but I'm gonna be frank with you, like, it wasn't. Like, I think at best I rented it from Video Easy. I only got as far as the, as, like, the sewer, and, like, leaving the sewer, but that was it. I didn't go any further than that. And I did pick up Skyrim. I did pick up Halo, 3 and Halo Reach. Like, I am one of those weird, like, yeah, like, when I had an Xbox, like, I didn't go through that many Xbox exclusives or any of the, like, the pinnacle of games. Like, I went through, like, Crash Nitro Kart and like the Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex and such. Is there an attempt to convert Icy to Oblivion? Nah, that's not going to be something Icy. I don't think Icy is interested in playing Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Blue is their own streamer. They have their own choices.
Nah, you're not gonna get me to play Oblivion. I didn't grow up with it. Bethesda games don't give me what is it? The same vibe that other people like about the games. It's not something I grew up with. What I played when I was playing on the Xbox were mostly first-person shooters.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't play too many. I actually no. I did. I think I feel like with myself, it's like I'm not a really good estimate of, like, oh, how much of video games from, like, the 2000s have I missed, because I feel like during, like, when I first got my own PC when I was 16 years old, so oh my god, like half my life ago, I built my own PC, and I think then I was starting to get into video games at aims myself, and then, you know, experiencing the high seas and like, you know, the realms of the internet, becoming a furry and yada yada. After all that, I was then like, you know, I was getting a lot more into video games and what have you, to where I am now, where I'm mostly up to date with a lot of the games that are coming out, and understanding whether or not it's something that I do want to play, or if I want to go back and play it. So, for instance, like, while I have not played Undertale, I understand at some point I'm going to need to play Undertale, as same as Outer Wilds and what have you. But 9 times out of 10, if there's, like, a major franchise that's, like, gotten big after 2010s, I have more than likely have played a little bit of that franchise and can tell you whether or not I'm going to enjoy it or not. So yeah. All right. What time? Oh, it's 3. It's now past over 3 o'clock. I have now been streaming for, like, the last 4 hours, so I am gonna take this as an opportunity to, you know, call it here. It is 3 in the morning. I need to go and get some sleep at some point. So yeah.
Yeah, that's important. Get all the sleep you need.
You too, Blue. It's like 3 in the morning for you as well. You know, stay.
No, it's 2:30.
Oh, it's either or. It's past midnight for you. But yeah, for those of you that are wanting more entertainment, you know what? We're gonna go and raid into someone who I absolutely love their content, and I've had a great time hanging out in their chat, and I reckon you will have a great time hanging out in their chat as well, and that is going to be Unnamed. They are a blue yeen, they're a big titty yeen, and let's see, it looks like they're playing something called Drive Beyond Horizons. Let's go with Yeen Can't Drive. And then, all right, ding dong. That is going to be our raid message. Yeen Can't Drive. Let's see how they react to that message. I hope you'll join in with me on that one. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like might be a valuable for there. And thanks again for the stream. Name stays stripey. Not to worry, Zach. Thank you for coming along. But for everyone else, I want to say thank you for everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. We were able to get Elder Scrolls Oblivion done. Blue, thank you for keeping me company. I appreciate you. When might be the next time you stream? You might be coming up in the next, like, 12 hours or something, aren't you?
Oh, I'm meant to be streaming in like, let's see, 9.5 hours from now.
Get some sleep. Anyway, for everyone else, bye.
Bye.